back. Like, it's so fucking insane. It's so stupid. Holy shit.
With that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation.
Oh, God, fuck it so much. Yeah, that somebody in YouTube chat brings up. That's true. Wasn't part of Ian's last content cop saying he didn't want to do these at all? Or that even if the criticism was okay, didn't he say he didn't like it because people were getting harassed because of them, even if that wasn't his intention? But I guess we don't care about that now, huh? Sorry. Oh my God. All right.
Empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you—
What were the text messages? I would want to see those messages. I don't trust this guy's characterization at all.
Don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream—
Okay, so it has to be the exact, like, the point still stands. The point is a legitimate point. Does it have to be the exact same type of relationship, I guess, though, to— okay.
Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty.
Such a crazy fucking woman, oh my God. Hila Klein is a very dangerous and crooked woman. Okay. That's critical, by the way. Criticism usually it would imply some sort of actual substantive criticism. This is just ad homs and making fun of somebody, but okay.
Today, for the past 10 years, at one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never be—
it's so crazy. And you're gonna sit here and tear these people down and amplify all of the ad homs made against them. I'm not even gonna mention the crooked woman. I don't know if that's a Jewish dog whistle or not. But then any times when he says, like, I don't know why this person is like going so hard on me. Like, I've literally, you know, I haven't sided with this in the past, or I've been okay with it. Like, that's, you're not even allowed to bring that up? Give me a break.
About Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
Supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately—
Well, I don't even think that was about Ethan. Wasn't that about the people who decided to speak up and say something? But whatever.
They never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet.
My guess is going to be, and I don't know because I don't follow their stuff, because I just don't watch his history a lot, and I never did in the past. My guess is going to be those things weren't like on the fucking apocalyptic scale as the online Ethan hate, and this was just like a comment made in the, like, as part of their fighting with the Trisha. Although I don't know about the Trisha shit because, like I said, I don't know anything about that. But it's possible that maybe they should have said something more here too, maybe. But But also, these guys are doing this thing as well where, remember, they're saying things like, oh, well, like, I just didn't say anything. But oftentimes, it's not that these people aren't just saying anything and you know they disagree. It's that they aren't saying anything because they do agree. And I think with iDubbbz, I mean, now we're going to see that's obviously the case. It's not like he wasn't saying anything because he disagreed but he didn't want to get into it. He approved of it because he thinks that that side is righteous and they are right to go in on them as hard as possible.
Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame
I don't know. I can't speak. I don't know anything about the Olivia shit at all, so.
it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar...
Oh my God. Oh my God, bro, are we really playing half Lebanese? What does that even mean? What is the relation there? Give me some lineage. What, she had like a great-great-grandfather who was born in Beirut, who was like a British, like, what are we, oh my God, kill me, bro. Kill me.
The Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the
Really? She was alive during the potato famine? She was alive during the, like, are we really, these are the claims to being intimately familiar with genocide that we're going with right now? Hello? Okay, dude. Yeah, what are we breeding? Like super genocide victims? What the fuck is this comparison? How gross. Kill me.
Shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
I mean, like, just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No.
Nice research there, buddy.
A lot of people are pissed about.
Israel warns can send Lebanon back to Stone Age as UN seeks de-escalation. Gallant says Israel can inflict massive damage as UN humanitarian chief says war would be potentially apocalyptic. Where is the date for this? Like, you know that there's a, by the way, people that don't actually know anything about history or know anything about anything really, they always play wacky games with timelines, and they pretend that like something that happened in 1920 can easily be transposed to 1947, or something that was said at the beginning of a war or right before war can be easily transposed to a year or two into the war. It's one of the most anti-intellectual ways to analyze historical events or world affairs. It's so stupid.
Looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No. It's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people.
Also, and I'll say this too, this is so stupid. It's such a waste of fucking time. Nobody needs you to defend them ideologically. They're probably just looking for character defenses. I understand all these people are disgusting, spineless hack fucks, but nobody is looking for you to say, hey, I agree with Ethan Klein. He's right about fucking everything. What they would probably be looking for, is just something along the lines of like, wow, Ethan and Hila are saying a lot of stuff right now that I don't necessarily agree with relating to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but I really wish people wouldn't go so hard on them personally. I think it's a little bit gross that people are going in on them like this, and regardless of whether we agree or disagree on this particular thing, I just don't think it's right that people are making these types of attacks. That's all people are looking for generally. And you know this, because I'm sure you feel the same way about all the Anissa accusations. You should know this intimately. And I guarantee you, without ever having spoken to Ethan in my life, this is how Ethan feels about this. He's probably, I doubt he's looking for people to be like, I agree with Ethan Klein, and every single fucking thing, I agree with all their takes and all different. It's probably just more like, hey, people are being a little bit fucking unhinged.
Well, we be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
The problem.
okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know, yeah,
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah,
Which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because
Doesn't this kind of feel like high school drama attitude though? Yeah, but I mean, like the largest figure in this side, right, is Hassan Piker, right? Who is he approaches these kind of like international politics or political disagreements as you would if you were like TMZ or doing drama slop content, basically, right? Because Hassan isn't smart enough or educated enough to respond with substance to any of the points that people bring up. So he has to turn all of it into these like wacky and crazy ad hominem attacks.
I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Like it's all the same. It's all the both sidesing. It's all the everybody makes mistakes, and you know they've both said things that maybe they shouldn't. And LOL, it's always this.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't...
Bullshit. There is zero chance, this is a lesson, by the way, that I had to learn somewhat recently, I guess, is that you shouldn't have friends like this. If somebody is able to maintain like a super positive relationship with somebody that is just an unhinged hater of yours, not somebody who disagrees with you, but like that's a level of self-respect that you should have. You should say, I don't want to associate with this person anymore. I'm good on this. I don't need to be friends with this person. I would be shocked if Ian is friends with anybody who says that Anissa, the OnlyFans whore, is the one who changed Ian's mind about everything politically. I would be shocked if he was still friends with people like that. I would be shocked if Anissa would be okay with it, and I would be shocked if he would be okay with it. There's a difference. He's living in both worlds. Like, oh, I'm friends with people who have disagreements. Why can't you be friends with people who have disagreements? We're not talking about simple disagreements. We're talking about unhinged levels of ad homs and personal attacks for months, years at this point.
With the other friend, but there is someone in the mix.
Like, listen, oh, you just don't f with the other friend, LOL.
So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't f with the other friend.
Aren't you friends with Myron? He's 10 million times worse than Denims. I'm friendly with Myron, but Myron is literally like one of the only people I've actually met online who will actually, you know, like stand up for somebody and say like, oh, you know, this guy's a friend, even if he makes a mistake. I think he actually had a thing. I didn't show it on stream on his streamer. Where he was talking about my related situation. He was like, hey, listen, if a friend ever does something, you talk to him privately. You say, hey, bro, you fucked up. You know, I disagree with this, but I'm not going to come out and like publicly trash you for it because there's no reason to do it. And, you know, like when a friend, it's that one quote, right? When a friend makes a mistake, the mistake is a mistake, but the friend remains a friend or whatever. But internet content creators are so clout poisoned and so internet community mind that they're incapable of having this position. It's impossible.
Friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately.
Didn't Myron shit on Melina when you two were married for her Instagram and OnlyFans stuff? Not only was it not Myron, it was one of their employees. And Myron got so upset over that because he wanted me and Melina to come on and wanted to maintain good relationships with us that he made that employee apologize to Melina and me over that incident. So
There is some that way where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not
like you say, this is, I'm sorry, I can say this a million times. I want to know how many people he's friends with that have shit on Anissa and him for the OnlyFans related stuff. I want to know if that number is more than one. I'm like, or is more than zero. And by the way, nobody would blame you also for not being friends with those people. That would be the most understandable thing in the universe.
not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking. You're either my best friend who's deep throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and you know, blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Mm-hmm. And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no...
Coercive? Are we really co-opting the language of rape for every single fucking conversation we have now? Coercive? Like, what's next? You were asking her to non-consensually ask them to disavow somebody? Like, come on, get coercive? What are we talking about here?
Problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
but that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we mentioned that it was
7 upvotes, 0 upvotes.
was talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation.
What? Yeah, he is on a podcast with them, but honestly gets no views. The most upvoted comment, no, the other person on the podcast is someone else. Like, it's literally, oh my God, dude.
That it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Okay, then just say that, because you're contradicting yourself then. So then it never, okay, so then Hila was regardless of what you think about Hila, she was 1,000,000,000% correct. Hila was right then. This isn't about you, you know, disavowing as much as you feel like you comfortably can. It was that you agreed with what the other person was saying. That's what this is about. And that's what you're just saying now, right? He just said it. This is gaslighting. This is fucking, I hate using the psych terms, but it is. This is like crazy making gaslighting. Like you're trying to convince somebody, no, we just, you know, we didn't feel like we needed to make a public statement because that would be inappropriate. But also it's because we fucking agree with them. And we agree that you need to fucking figure your goddamn shit out because you're fucking crazy, bro. You're crazy.
And then maybe we can find a moment in time I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted.
And it's so funny too. Oh God, I'm so sorry. This is just the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry. I've been on the receiving end of shit like this for so long, and it's interesting to see it happening so publicly and so blatantly to somebody else, right? You're now signaling that when creators aren't speaking up and aren't saying anything, it's because they do agree with what's going on, which is basically validating every single thing that Ethan had said earlier and had accused you of. That when you don't say anything, when you don't make these public statements, people just assume that you agree. And it sounds like that is the case. It sounds like that's exactly what you're saying. Yeah, we do agree with them. We're going to wait till we can talk to you later on about it, because right now you're being unhinged about it. You're having mental health moments about it. That's exactly what's happening.
You've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week, because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about vampires' kids.
And also, right, just whenever you respond to somebody doing stuff like this, calling CPS, supporting people that do it, wink, wink, nod, nodding to all these communities, you're harassing them. You're going on a harassment campaign. You're doing an organized hate brigade. So when you respond to something, it's harassment and it's hateful. But when they're doing it, it's, who knows? I don't know anything about them. LOL.
Yes.
Like they say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
that's the problem.
That's
True. And she's right. And Hila was, now with this video out, she's 100% vindicated. Hila was correct. They do support it.
the problem.
She actually
She thinks they have a point.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit?
It was in response to what you were already doing, though. This didn't come from nowhere. Maybe everything in life can be emblemized in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because it's the same thing with the Israel-Palestine shit as well, right? Where when you're talking about the Jews, they have no reason to be mean to Palestinians. There's always some explainer for how the Jewish people are evil, and there's no reason why you should ever feel this way. But then when it comes to the Palestinians, well, there's a reason why they rape on October 7th, okay? And it's, it's a resistance, and it's not perfect, and it's because of, when Israel did this and that, and they, of course, it might not be the best, but like they, there's a lot of stuff they're dealing with. It's like, okay, so they have an infinite leeway to do whatever the fuck they want. But then when the other side responds, now you're going to be endlessly critical that they didn't respond in what you would consider to be the perfect way. And you're going to pretend like it's not even a response. You're going to pretend like it's unprovoked harassment.
Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people.
But all of these things, and again, you can agree or disagree on I guess maybe the terminology that he's using here. Dan Clancy is not a person that Ethan Klein just decided to out of nowhere begin harassing because of, whatever. All of these are paired with insanely substantive critiques of the unhinged amount of weirdly anti-Semitic shit that is for some reason allowed on Twitch. It's not a random thing. Now, again, if you're going to try to pretend like the criticism is people are just mean to us and we don't want people to be mean to us, then this criticism of Ethan is fair. But I don't think it's just that people are mean. It's that people get unhinged in a personal way and they don't even respond. They don't even respond to any of the actual points. It's just drama slop. It's just unhinged personal attacks constantly.
Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop.
Wait, what is this?
Ethan's upset with.
This was a month ago?
I think some of our connections, and we've tried to reach out to Ethan to talk privately. Basically, it just seems like we're at a bit of an impasse. So we want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on and add to anything. So this is our, lukewarm addressing of it. It's, we're always open to talk, privately, especially. And yeah, we'll, the door's always open.
Yeah, the door's always open. I want to really drive it home. We don't condone harassment of
We
any
don't
kind.
condone harassment of any kind.
Of
Is she about to say including what Ethan does?
any kind, okay, period, which is why we have not stuck our foot in any of this, because it is not productive. I don't think it's helpful, and these are real people who have real feelings.
Oh, so how long did he work on this content cop for? Aren't these usually months in the making? So you're telling me that he said this at the exact same time he was working on a content cop, or did he just decide to a week or two later? And then what, did we change minds then? Did we say, you know what, actually, maybe some harassment is good. Maybe Ethan does need to be harassed a little bit. What changed from this to then, or from then to now?
It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself, in terms of these fair weather friends who are, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
So he's not friends with them? Or, because earlier he was like, I'm just friends insofar as like, we've chatted online. The same way I'm friends with denims is what he said. So are they not really friends at all then? Or what? Because at one point, didn't Ethan literally guest star in fucking iDubbbz's content? Ethan is literally in the background of this fucking video. I guess they were just like acquaintances though. I don't know, maybe he was just like, oh, let's just reach out to random people. I mean, come on, like what do you, if you want to say you're not his friend or you don't give a about him, then just say that. Just say, I'm not gonna say shit because I don't even like you. Just say that. Why not just say that? Be open and honest about it. Just say that. I don't give a fuck. Like,
your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking
they collab together
shitty.
a lot? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so go fuck yourself.
I was never like an iDubbbz or H3H3 watcher, so I don't know. Maybe they even...
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's
what is this weird, like, kind of, it's this weird feminist quasi red pill co-opting of emotions and therapy, where like these weird like cringe wokies will do this thing where they're like, oh, you're just being emotional about this, or oh, you just need to go to therapy or something. It's like, what the f are you talking about? Does he not, maybe he was upset about this. Does he not have a right to be? Do you not have a right to be upset about how you feel like, your friends are kind of backstabbing you or aren't being, as loyal or supportive as you'd expect them to be, considering how, much you feel like you've been respectful of them in the past? Is that not a fair thing to feel?
horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
And who are you to say that? This isn't what podcasts are. What are podcasts, bro? What a weird gatekeepy statement to a guy that doesn't even have a real podcast. What are we talking about? What?
Emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Thanks for
there
the
was a
lessons.
way to approach us to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive. And
oh, wait. So he is... Oh, God. This is the Palestine-Israel thing. It's what the example I just brought up. their reactions are always justifiable, and there's always a good reason why they're reacting. The other person is just acting spontaneously. I have no clue why the other person is engaging in the behavior they're engaging, but I can give you a really good reason why I'm engaging the exact same behavior.
And attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted, and I feel defensive, and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you, and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't
How
do
much,
drama.
True.
How much do you actually care?
That's what they said exactly. That is exactly. Why would he even play this clip? They said they didn't want to get involved in any drama when they had nothing to gain, and they would have probably lost something by making a statement about it. But now he is getting involved in drama. Why? Because he has something to gain. And he literally showed off other content creators in his attacks on Ethan. Like, literally.
Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's
anything you can possibly do to avoid addressing the actual criticisms. You're hurt, you need therapy, there's something, you got to talk to anything to avoid addressing the substance of what's being said. Anything.
It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying
against
fuck you. You guys are being bad. I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
True. It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching...
That's harassment? Is that our standard now? Anytime you criticize somebody or say something bad about somebody, that's harassment?
For the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say...
It's just, it's just a waste of time. I shouldn't even be complaining about it. Nobody will ever give you an actual response, a good faith criticism, or fuck it, it can even be it doesn't have to be nice. Just respond to like any of the substance of what's being said. But that'll just never, ever, ever be the case. It'll just never be the case that you can ever get anything like that. And literally all mean words, when you're talking about, I guess, one party, all mean words are the exact same. So if Ethan is mean to anybody, then he deserves to have CPS called on him. Or if Ethan criticizes somebody and then calls them a bad name or whatever, that's the exact same as people never addressing a single thing that he says ever, just calling him a genocide supporter. It's all the exact same thing. Like, it's so tiring.
something to denims. Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys...
Well, I like how he says it too. Oh, then what? Are we going to be criticizing you guys always? Yeah, like you don't? What do you mean? Like, I like that almost, I don't want to call it a threat, but he's like, well, if you were to, you know, take that position, people would be on you guys constantly. Yeah, no shit, they are. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is that? What are you even trying to say with that point? Hello?
guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for saying
But that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, you know, they're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out.
A lapdog, but I will be the lapdog of all of these unhinged and crazy lefties. I will be their lapdog and come out and attack you because that's the talking point right now, because you're like fucking public enemy #1 and you're the guy that has to be taken down. I will be their lapdog. Like, it's a lapdog to just say something publicly to support a friend. Like, this is such a blackpilling moment, bro. Content creators, streamers, whatever, these people are not your friends, and they never will be. Don't ever mind fuck yourself into making that mistake. These people are exclusively clout driven in the most shameless ways possible. Holy fuck.
I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes, it
difficult
does.
and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles
Commendable.
admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan.
Keep in mind, by the way, he's about to do this whole thing about how, like, oh, so just following somebody is bad. Does anybody remember where the whole drama with Frogan started? Anybody remember what day 0 was of the Frogan drama? Unless I'm wrong, people are saying October 7th. No. Unless I'm wrong, and because I don't follow this as close as you guys do, so maybe I'm wrong. Didn't this all start with Ethan silently unfollowing Frogan? I don't even think Ethan said anything, right? I think he just unfollowed Frogan, and then Frogan had an epic 350-pound white woman crash out, didn't she? Wasn't that the whole start of anything? I don't even know if Ethan said anything. He unfollowed her, and then she lost what little bit of her mind was left, okay? Choked off by the hijab she wears. The little bit of mind she had left was lost when she noticed that Ethan had unfollowed her. I wonder if that'll even be brought up here.
Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is f***ed up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's f***ed up. We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world.
Well, I could be wrong, I'm sorry, does Ethan have a super positive relationship with those other podcast people? I don't even know.
of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people.
I feel like this is the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the lines on the board thing or whatever.
Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Den.
Also, I'm willing to bet, and I haven't watched it, but I'm willing to bet Ethan was probably super critical of those people that did platform Hassan uncritically. That'd be my guess. Like, what do you mean?
Of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed.
Yeah, but nobody has to guess. Like, it's such bad faith. Nobody has to guess whether or not Hassan or whether or not Ethan has a favorable opinion of Hassan. My guess is going to be that, not my guess, I'm sorry, I know this because I'm not a fucking retard. And you know what? Despite being a fucking retard, Ian knows this as well. Ethan is not saying, please unfollow these people. Ethan just wants some kind of public statement of support. That's it. That's it. You know that. But that's all he's looking for.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous.
It also ignores the fact that, and there's video footage of this, I think multiple times. Somebody can link that second thought clip right now, actually. And Ethan goes over this in his Hassan content nuke. Not that Hassan will watch it, and not that Ian will watch it, because of course they'll avoid that like the fucking plague. Hassan will watch this, by the way, before he even watches his own content nuke. LOL. But Hassan literally explicitly says his goal is to trick normies. Hassan's goal when he goes on shows is to trick people like Ethan into thinking he's more moderate than he actually is. That's not a conspiracy. That's just literally verbatim, explicitly what Hassan says. He's already watching it? Nice.
It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan.
Are these people Ethan's friends? Hello? Does Ethan expect these people to say anything? Does he have close relationships with these people? What is, like... Give me that second thought clip also, please.
LOL.
It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology.
My God.
But he's going to keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't.
Yeah, Ethan is maybe he does actually. I don't know. Ethan has a huge respect for like Theo Von. This is a guy he looks up to, and he's afraid of fighting with him. Like I don't even know this. I don't know if Ethan has a personal relationship with any of these people. I just don't know. But okay.
To discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr, ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream,
I don't understand. Didn't Ethan admit that he fucked that interview up? Like I think everybody sees it that way. I think Ethan himself sees it that way. No? What does that have to do with anything that we just watched? Like he's trying to draw this connection that Ethan is afraid of criticizing some people because they'll fuck him up. I don't even think, oh, fuck dude. I think I watched parts of this a long time ago. Was this Ethan trying to like, you know, fuck with Bill Burr and hold him to account? Or was it just Ethan just like fumbled the interview hard or just didn't have a good flow and just kind of I don't think it was him trying to call Bill Burr out or anything, was it? It was just kind of awkward. Yeah, like this isn't even a, okay.
Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between.
Does Ethan have friendly relationships with these people? Yeah, how does he miss the point so hard on this? What?
In your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on.
You've lost the ability to criticize him bringing up that connection, though, because you've already explicitly said the reason why you didn't say anything is because you agreed with it. So I don't even know why you're bringing this up. Like Ethan was wrong to make that assumption when you've explicitly said that you agreed with it.
A stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does.
Like, I don't know, maybe Ethan is. Again, I don't watch the fucking podcast. Is Ethan afraid to call these people out? Is that why he doesn't say anything? Or are they just not his friends and he doesn't, like...
For his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this, like, middle tier. His value...
Matt Lieb is one of the most deranged, unhinged, lefty, lunatic fucks on the internet. He's just a crazy, 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 insane person, but...
Association
is this just like peak content creator brain? Do people lose the concept of what a friend is when you get popular enough? A little bit. I think that the issue is, again, I've said this a million times, in the content creator world, there's a lot of very weird pressure to be friends with certain people or to not be friends with certain people. It doesn't exist in conventional human relationships. So right now, there's a huge pot of gold, not like explicitly like you're gonna earn a lot of money doing it, but there's like a huge reward for Ian, you know, coming out strong against Ethan. There's just a big reward for it socially. There's a lot of people that are willing to give him a pat on the back and congratulate him for being so brave. And that's where this type of stuff comes from. And you don't really see that in the real world and for real world relationships or real world friendship dynamics.
Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to. And I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video, and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
This isn't even a content cop. This is just basically Ian just crying that Ethan isn't a pro-Paliadot. It's so cringe how much this cringe shit has warped and corrupted and rotted the minds of every fucking community on the internet, even supposedly apolitical communities. God, it's so cringe. It wouldn't be as cringe if people at least knew the first fucking thing about it, but it's just so cringe how much people stake their entire reputation on this shit that they couldn't give a fuck less about. Whatever.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. But shit. Like, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. Hold on. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. Yeah. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
That was fine. Yeah, I don't think it was that
was fine.
big a deal. Of all the things that
Anywho.
it always surprised.
True. GGG chatter. Dem Aegon. It's so insane that Hassan, someone who plays journalism, is like co-signing this high school drama slut when he didn't even have the balls to directly respond to Ethan's political criticisms towards Hassan. That's true. Ethan does a full-ass video responding with substance, and some of it is mean, but with substance to all of the shit that Hassan said relating to the terrorism supporting shit. Hassan is too much of a fucking coward to even watch it on stream, okay? But Hassan is willing to help Ian do another high school tier drama slop response to Ethan. It's actually so cringe. Holy shit.
Surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or killed.
Oh, now he's gonna bring up the when he attacked his employee on stream. Oh my god, dude. It's unreal. This whole thing is unreal.
Switch as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
By the way, these like types of switches are completely standard in every live broadcasting environment. Always. Everybody, mainstream media uses these. Everybody uses these. There was a famous example. God damn, this was 12 years ago? Do I have one? No.
When the guy pulled over and got out of the vehicle, we went.
They were following some event here, and he kills himself, and Shep Smith is calling for the kill button. Well, not this kill button. Maybe that's not a good way to refer to it here, but he was telling people to push the button, basically.
Tragedy that unfolded as viewers were watching on live television late this afternoon. A car
about this.
As the man pulls over on a dirt road, the anchor, Shepard Smith, sounds wary.
This makes me a little nervous, I gotta tell you.
The suspect, on foot now, runs and stumbles, gun in hand.
It's always possible guy could be on something.
At this point, we're going to pause the video as the man ends his own life. On Fox, however, they did not cut away on time.
Get off it, get off it, get off it!
He was calling for the button there, because they usually run the broadcast 5 to 15 seconds ahead of time so that you can cut out for live broadcast in case something like that happens and they f it up. So this isn't, I like how he's like, oh, Ethan did this because he can't control his emotions. This is a pretty standard thing for live broadcasting, but you know, whatever.
Can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
You button?
What? Button for that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's what you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well,
you are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you...
So it's okay to go goblin mode against big corporations, but not okay to go goblin mode against... Okay, that's great. I love that. The oppressor-oppressee dynamic, by the way, is where all critical thought goes to die. When you view everything through the lens of bigger versus smaller, it is the most thought-terminating cliche that you could ever embrace.
Patronize me. If you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, you know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period.
And now the isolation. Always, this is a key part of the way these online communities, all of the snarker communities function, is always the isolation time. You always have to target people around the person that you hate, because if you can't have the influence you want on the person you hate, you can at least try to peel off every single person from around them.
Would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
just dumb. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so.
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns, and fuck all these people. Okay. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just.
Wait, I don't know. Maybe Ethan originally said that, but the way this is edited right now makes it sound like Ethan was saying to him, to Dan, this is Dan, right? Was saying to Dan, how pathetic are you? Was he, or was this cut from something different?
Word, and so.
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
because that's what this is edited to make it sound like. Like he was saying that to Dan. How pathetic are you? Maybe he was, though? I'm not sure.
I'm not assuming his pronouns, and fuck all these people. Okay. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm not yelling at you. I'm just.
Kelly is a black woman, right?
yes.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I don't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POC.
He's using H3H3 snark shit? I don't know. Maybe he might be. I don't know. I don't follow this, but it's close enough. But
God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work, and we listened to how he spoke to AB without.
This is the most non-drama thing I feel like I've ever heard in my entire life. Is this upcoming thing? Oh my God.
Without thinking that the internet was going to hear it. It was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday at the movies. Is it?
You guys, like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off.
Like, that was like crazy abusive. Camera cut away and he didn't know people were listening. This is how he really treats the place. Like, really? This was a huge snark moment, by the way. All the snarkers obsessed with it. It's like, this is the horrible mistreatment of the employee. Like, really?
What? Okay, well,
heard all that.
Thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button me, dude. Can you imagine that button me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole.
The thing that fucked up here, by the way, was the button, because what Ethan said, there's no problem with what Ethan said there. If you want to criticize somebody because you think you're slowing down the content or whatever else, that's totally fine. But you probably shouldn't make those types of corrections in a public-facing manner, right? Employees should always stand together. Management should stand with employees. Like, you should always have a unified front here. If you want to criticize your employees or something, you don't do it in front of other employees generally. You don't do it in front of customers, for sure. It's just super rude. So it was kind of the button that fucking me, because I don't think Ethan said anything that was like super fucking out of line. Unless there is no other part. It's so stupid.
Makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
Really? That's a tyrant of a bot? Have you had any real jobs in your entire life ever? That this is what you're describing as a tyrant of a bot? Really?
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
It's not that big of a deal, man.
just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay. All right.
You know, I understand that that's
These are this is abusive employees. Like, hello, what?
his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people
Except
to
his
be
own
adults
behavior.
and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses
Oh
to
my
give it back
God.
to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees,
Oh
and you
my
just
God.
continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria
we
alone
can-
killed double that much. All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play Hassan talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right?
Like, isn't the fact that Ethan is willing to hire and work with people who are who are descendants of people from the Middle East, doesn't that demonstrate that it's probably not some callous disregard for Middle Eastern lives that's leading to his, you know, current position on the conflict?
But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin Mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes Demon Mode different than Goblin Mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because...
This is such a lazy video. It's just a shallow overview of snark threads and previous videos already made by other people. It's, yeah, it literally is. It's just, all of this stuff is just, but it's because nobody can respond with substance to literally anything that anybody says about the Israeli-Palestinian stuff. It's why, for me, they fixate on whatever personal drama or personal shit they can find. For Ethan, it's the go to therapy and do this. For anybody else, it's like, are you Israeli or Jewish in ancestry, or is it the CIA or the State Department? It's always, there's always something different. It's never a response with substance to any of the points, because at the end of the day, they're retarded and it's indefensible anyway.
People saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends.
Oppressee.
You have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad. You feel hurt. But you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power.
Are we going over like the CPS stuff at all, or what are we gonna, are we just gonna pretend that none of that happened? Also, he's about to say you have a ton of power. What is the power? Because it sounds like if he responds to any of them, you say that that's harassment and bullying. Is suing somebody harassment and bullying too? Like, is everything harassment and bullying, or?
You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice.
Wait, like what? Because he can't respond to them on stream because you said that's harassment. So that's not an option. Apparently you can't sue them or do anything else if you feel like something really wrong is going on, because that's also harassment. So what are the options? Is he going to say it? I want to hear him say, what are the options? You can't ask your friends to take a stand for you because that's coercion. What are you supposed to do?
Powerless. No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
Do what? What thing?
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because
okay, the pedophile comment was dumb, but I think didn't Ethan walk that back? The pedophile comment is dumb But again, and this is the thing that they always gaslight you on, and I think it's especially gross because Ian knows how this all plays. It's not just somebody being mean about you. It's not just somebody being defamatory about you. It's holy shit, I realize how women and black people feel in the United States now. The earlier analogy was right. It's not just somebody saying a mean thing. It's not just somebody being unhinged. It's not just personal attack. It's all of this stuff combined happening immediately and happening constantly and being supported by every single person and being ever present in every single community that's outside of yours, and then everybody else telling you that it's not happening is the mind fuck. If it was one person, Ethan wouldn't give a fuck if Hassan had said, oh, I hate Ethan, he's a pedophile. Ethan would probably respond to it once and move on. It's every single day having large content creators signing off on when medium content creators are drafting content from snark and doxing communities that are gathering information on you and attacking you in the most unhinged way. And it's this whole system of stuff that's happening constantly. And then when it doesn't work on you, then they apply that same pressure to everybody around you. And it's just this over and over and over again until you break or bend to whatever political or social whim that they have. That's the issue. It's not just a one-off thing. If Hassan had, or not Hassan, if Ethan like tried to set his whole community up to like go in on fucking Dan Clancy's personal life, you know, over and over again, I would say, okay, you're starting to hit the comparison point there. You're starting to approach what Ethan is talking about, but it's not just a one-off comment.
Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
And like the fact that he would throw the Nazi and anti-Semite comments on here, like it's the same thing as the pedophile comment. The pedophile comment was stupid and out of line, okay? Or I don't even know if I would say it's out of line. These people are crazy, who cares? But the Nazi stuff, that's rooted in some kind of substantive critique, right? What you can disagree with it, I think it's hyperbolic, but that's not coming from nowhere. But we won't see him actually address where it's coming from, of course.
There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that.
Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
Oh, so it's not even... Like, he even says this at the end. Now, you could say it's an inappropriate joke for sure, but do you think people are joking when they say Ethan abuses his kids? Or when they say Ethan is a genocidal freak supporter? Or when they say that Hila, by the way, was actually part of the IDF's crew to break into houses in the West Bank and abduct and murder innocent? Like, the other side's not joking when they say any of this. The fact that Ethan even explicitly said, like, come on, bro.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Sampson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages.
Did you see the NLRB whistleblower? He says, I don't know, don't care. If anything more comes about it, I'll watch it, but I don't care. I don't like just listen to random whistleblowers say shit. Show me something, otherwise, don't care.
You're gonna be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former.
Okay, this stuff is semi-retarded. Dan kind of did this stuff with Dan Clancy too. I don't know why people fixate on drama that's totally unrelated to anything. I want to say that, but there's another part of me that says, you know what, actually, go for it. Because if Noah's going to call me a sex pest or whatever, if these guys all want to do it because of some crazy shit and, you know, whatever, whoever wants to allege whatever in some lawsuit, well, you're free to do so, okay, until you get crushed in it, which I'm eagerly awaiting. If you want to do that, that's fine. But then when somebody makes the same accusation against you because you're lying to your girlfriend so that you can f other people and maybe give her STDs, which was the whole reason why you weren't supposed to lie about it, yeah, then fuck it. If you're going to greenlight those attacks, then fuck it. If other people want to go on you in that way, personally, I think that those types of attacks, just because they're not relevant at all to the situation, aren't really, they're just not worth it. But like, you have no high ground to stand on there.
Partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was.
That's it?
I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about...
Okay, so again, like, I wouldn't fucking go in on shit like this because I think it's cringe and retarded. However, the thing that fucking, I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, okay, because I didn't watch this because I don't give a fuck about shit like this, but the thing that Noah was accused of was supposedly him and his girlfriend had an agreement where if they were going to hook up with anybody else, you had to communicate that because people were trying to be careful about STDs and shit like that. And apparently, Noah Sampson was lying to his girlfriend so they could fuck some other chick and wasn't telling her that he was doing so. And she felt like that was really gross because now she's potentially getting diseases or whatever. And she didn't like that. Okay? Now, should Ethan go in on this? I personally think it's retarded. But I guarantee you that if I did something like that, people would be calling me a fucking rapist. People would say that you're having sex with a woman and you're not telling her what your sexual history is, potentially subjecting her to STDs. She wouldn't consent to sex in that environment. You're basically raping her. 1,000,000,000,000%. These people would be calling me a rapist. So I'm not going to have much sympathy there for Noah. And I like the way that Ian just like kind of hand waves all of this as saying like, oh, well, you know, he was just a creep, LOL.
The left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow...
Oh my God, it's actually so cringe. When Hassan couldn't defend any of his positions, so Hassan was like, why don't you go talk to this other Jew who agrees with me about everything, and then maybe you'll come around? Like, that was a good faith suggestion on Hassan's part.
Progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to...
Because Hassan was literally giving Ethan like other Jews to listen to, and that was his argument for why Ethan was out of line with his position. Because before Sam Cedar, this was the same conversation, right? Where Hassan was like, what about the Jews for Peace, or the Voices for Jews for Peace or something? Isn't that what it was called? Like, what about those guys? Like, this is literally what Hassan was doing, was appealing to token Jews to try to get Ethan to change his opinion on shit.
Suggest that he...
But we're gonna leave out... Fuck, dude. Somebody put an idea in chat. I'm never doing this because I'm too lazy. Somebody should do a fucking show, and they should call it Context Cop instead of Content Cop, and just be like, okay, what's actually being talked about here? Like, what are the actual... Because again, for some reason, nobody can ever bring up, in good faith, what are the actual accusations being made? Why are people actually upset about a particular thing? Why are people actually... And then deal with those. Because, by the way... Arguably, Ethan's not even beyond reproach. There are things that you could probably legitimately criticize Ethan for insofar as how he's handled different things or how he's communicated or messaged on certain things. There's probably things you could criticize him for. But you're not talking about any of those things. This is just a personal hit piece.
You do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge...
I like how he doesn't even say, like, someone else who's a Jew. He's like, someone else who's within the same genomic, ancestral, GWAS pairings, like...
who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to.
God.
I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen
like that Ethan just can't understand because it has to come from another Jew? Like, oh my God, bro.
Other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of...
Like, if anything, Hassan, as a Turkish person, should be able to communicate this to Ethan way better because the Turks have engaged in way more genocide. Bro, Israelis cower in fear at how mighty and amazing Turkish history is when it comes to genociding huge groups of people. Israelis are jealous. They wish that they could genocide with 1/10 the efficiency that the Turks could do it. If anybody could communicate, anti-genocidal or whatever talking points to Ethan, it should be another fucking Turkish person. Like, fuck.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. Doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews
it's
at large
great.
view it. I don't think that is the.
What in what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan,
these clips aren't displaying any hypocrisy. Hassan is making a claim about what Jews think writ large, and Ethan is saying, how could you even say that? That's one, it's not true, because Hassan is always fucking lying, okay? And two, you wouldn't counter that by saying, well, you're saying that so Ethan, you claimed that Hassan is misrepresenting the positions of all Jews. Well, why don't you talk to Candace Owens about what black people think? Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you talk to Sam Cedar about what Jewish people think? Like, how does that further your argument? Hello? How fucking stupid is this? I wonder if Ian even wrote any of this fucking script. This all just feels like a rehash of all the exact same talking points from Hassan, Dedham, Shonda Black, Frogan, Noah Sampson, Matt Leib. Like, these are all the exact same snarker talking points that these guys have hashed against Ethan for the past fucking year and a half. Like,
really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
Oh. By the way, in shit like that, not to do the cringe fucking Republican talking points, but this is partially why Democrats might have an issue, or especially leftists might have an issue communicating with people, is this idea that, like, hey, bro, like, I know that you don't like my talks on single-payer healthcare or anything like that, but I found another darkie to talk to you, bro. This guy's black like you. He lives fucking rap. He wears his pants low on his hips. This guy, he's got chains. Like, you'll love this dude. He looks like you. He's the same type of guy. He could even be your brother. He might be, for all I know. Like, listen to this guy. Talk to this dude. He'll fucking learn you some good shit, man. Haha. You know, bro, let's go. Like, what the fuck? What kind of... Like, Ethan has a brain. It works. You can just communicate ideas to him. It doesn't have to come from another Jew for him to understand the point.
Nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
No, what Ethan said was, how can you say that Jews feel this same thing that you're saying they feel when all the survey data and all of the actual polling positions completely disagree with you? How can you say that? That's what that was in response to, but okay.
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret.
The difference is Hassan is citing a contrary opinion, right? So, for instance, when I say black people in general in the United States don't feel like they were lucky to come over on slave ships, and you go, well, Candace Owens could actually tell you a lot of cool stuff about that. That a lot of black people are really grateful for slavery, that they can be here now instead of wandering around as hunter-gatherers in sub-Saharan Africa. It's like, well, hold on, I don't think Candace Owens speaks for all black people here. Oh, ha! Oh my God, got him. So you do speak for all black people? You see how those statements were exactly the same? You claim that black people generally didn't approve of slavery, and I claim that I know one black woman who can speak for black people that do agree with slavery. See how we're making the same type of statement? No, that's not the same statement. What a stupid point.
That phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who...
But that's not why he said... That's not what you just said. That's not why he said you wanted to talk to him. Here's another progressive. It's because he was Jewish.
...is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen,
I'm curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus. That it's,
Wait, so the girls on this show are comfortable pushing back on him, and then he listens to them when they disagree. But I thought you said earlier that the Lebanese people were being held here as literal Arab slaves because nobody on the show could push back on Ethan's opinion ever. So how do we Ethan must have fired these two people immediately after, I'm guessing, right?
In poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
I would never be able to do that. I would fight all three of these chicks to the death.
To respect the women.
In the moment, though. A week later, I'd admit I was wrong.
And here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things with Hassan. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the big...
Show... I need the clip now, or I'll just spend the next 5 minutes looking for it. I don't know. Hold on, wait. It's the clip of Hassan talking about how he tries to trick people with his beliefs. Like, I wonder if Ian will bring that up at all here, but he probably won't.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing it.
Wait, fuck. Thank you.
But it's really hard to find accurate.
Okay, we're listening to the whole 4 minutes of this. Okay, I'll speed this up a little bit. This is Second Thought, Tanky guy. Tankies are radical ML Marxist-Leninists who believe in killing and murdering people in order to further their political ideology. That's not an exaggeration. It's explicitly what they want.
I mean, for me, it was a radicalization process. You know, Bernie came around, and I was like, oh wow, he's saying stuff I haven't heard before. Yeah, why is our healthcare so expensive? Stuff like that. And you know how it goes. I heard the rhetoric like, oh, he's not actually a socialist, he's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism? And then I'd read a little bit more about that. And then the turning point for me was when I picked up State and Revolution and read that, and then things started to click. Great book. Oh yeah, it's amazing. For anybody who hasn't read State and Revolution, it's short, it's easy to read, it stood the test of time really quite well. He's a funny guy, like sassy. I love it. It was an interesting process because a lot of Americans, myself included, were by default kind of apolitical in that it doesn't really affect us very much. You might dislike conservatives depending on where you live because they're loud and obnoxious and racist and all that stuff, and so you've got a gut reaction, negative reaction against that. But that doesn't mean that you consider yourself political, and I was that way. But it's really hard to find accurate information here in the U.S. when everything from our textbooks to like children's shows to sitcoms as you grow up to the news to movies, blockbuster movies, it's all so steeped in anti-communist propaganda, even to this day, and it's. So you have this ingrained cultural revulsion or fear of anything that is seen as un-American. And that term has been so heavily conflated with left-wing economics, left-wing politics. I mean, properly left-wing, socialist and beyond, not the Democrats, which are clearly a right-wing party.
What do you mean? The Democrats are... I thought they were communists. What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought this morning, now that they've arrested their political rival, Donald Trump, we are living in communist America.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Exactly right. It's when the government does stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, it's frustrating, and it's why I made my channel the way I did. When I not to sound conspiratorial or anything, but like when I had my eyes open to the reality of how the United States actually works, I was like, okay, how would I have wanted this explained to me when I was first learning about this stuff? And so that's why I took the 101 approach, because the average American it's not just that they're starting from square one, they're starting from like square negative 30. You have to first pick apart all of the things that have been programmed into them, and then you can start to build upon a basis of reality.
You're describing the reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms, and I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated, I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form propaganda. Despite, I perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism, and would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But, if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on. Can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hassan does, because Hassan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, we would never call to this podcast or we would give a lot of shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there, right? Well, whenever Hassan introduces people to socialist ideas, yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, keeping your power levels low, hidden, and so on, he does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on. He doesn't agitate against, for example, the revolutionary perspective and so on and so on. That is the main difference. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We'll talk later about if what we're doing actually does anything, etc. But as long as you do not try to keep people exactly there where you want them and don't want them to evolve, etc., then you're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause. But unfortunately, there's a lot, especially for example on Twitch, motherfuckers that do the opposite, and they just because they want to farm their audience as much as they fucking can, and then they generate drama, which is almost 99% with other socialists, etc., and that
I stay away from all that noise.
Exactly, and that is reactionary shit. That is quite literally anti-progressive and
what people would consider radical politics in leftist spaces that people engage in, where they are unintentionally doing wrecker shit without recognizing that they're doing that. You have anarchists, radlibs. I mean, I guess there's more historical precedent to that. But you have so many different flavorings of the Nat socks or whatever, which is hilarious because that's just the most anti-materialist perspective. You can have nationalism in that regard, and all this other stuff that people engage with, and it just purely is that fight is purely fought on aesthetic grounds, which is inherently, one, a mystification of class politics, and two, very liberal. It's the most liberal thing you can do, to be like, oh my god, you wear expensive clothes, you're fucking not a real leftist. You need to, as a leftist, or as an anti-capitalist or socialist, you can't have a house, you can't make money,
you need to live like an ascetic.
Yeah, which is inherently it's inherently anti-socialist. I'm no dengist, right, but
the entire point of what Hassan does is to serve as a funnel to more radical places. He's not actually a sock dem. He tries to catch people when they're young in their political journey so that he can prepare their minds for more socialist slop and then sends them further down the line. Hassan is completely and totally open about all of this. He is completely open, completely honest. He said all of this. This is 2 years old. He said all of this. So for this type of mindfuckery to happen, and for Ian to be like, well, why did you have him on your show? He literally explained this. Ethan has this in his content nuke about Hassan. He literally says it.
It's annoying.
This is in Ethan's video.
In and of itself, but I rarely ever engage with I would say even liberal or leftist infighting, because I think it's unproductive. I think it's harmful. I think it's stupid, and I think that even if I disagree with a content creator's worldview, even if I disagree with where they're coming from, there are always going to be people in their audience that might be a little bit more radical in their politics or ripe for radicalization, like those in the margins, who I would much rather have on my side than against me. Especially if they're moving the needle in a direction in the United States of America that eases some of the burdens that the working class would experience.
So that was that for this episode. I hope that you learned that Hassan is not just a sotsdem cuck. There is some actual complicated brain patterns emerging there, and that obviously we're all a part of the same funnel. And as long as how he ended the conversation, as long as we help this funnel grow and help this funnel expand without shooting each other in the foot, this is all a great way of moving forward.
So Ethan didn't know that he was part of a funnel to more radical ideology.
With our partnership, I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? This guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking left.
How fucking retarded are you? How stupid must you be if you're fucking iDubbbz and you don't understand? It's explicitly stated what happened in Ethan's video, but iDubbbz just can't understand it? Does he not speak English, or does he not
this program? You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being a... You didn't have a problem with any of it until,
Until what? It wasn't about them disagreeing. It was about the but whatever. It's even worse. It was about the unhinged treatment of Ethan afterwards. Like, they still made shows after October 7th for quite a while. Like,
Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic.
what is this slop? What? Wait, so Americans did deserve 9/11 in the truest sense that there was no hyperbole there? Like, what? In that case, Hassan does support terrorists. He does, actually, right? None of those things are jokes. Like, what?
That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic.
Oh
in
my
this
God.
case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found...
You don't think he has?
...found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
Ethan is not speaking for all Jews, and that he's delivering some cryptic message communicated on the Kala that only Jewish people are perceptive. He's just going by, broadly speaking, what Jewish people feel, which is true. Like, you can allude to things without being a spokesman. I can tell you on average what Indian people feel about anti-Indian racism in Canada. I can tell you on average how young Asian men feel about anti-Asian, propaganda, anti-male Asian propaganda in the United States. I'm not Asian. I'm not Indian. I can tell you on average. It doesn't mean I'm a spokesperson for these people. But if I was to give you a contrary take, well, to what I think on average these people say, well, I would have to have some kind of different sourcing for that. It's a different claim to state, like, this is what a group believes versus let me tell you what they actually believe, right? Those are two totally different things. I can't even believe I'm explaining this. This is like intuitively, obviously true. Like, everybody knows this.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
No, Israel is much stronger than that. Israel would prefer if every Jew came back to Israel. Either I've got a hugely incorrect reading of that, or Ethan is reading what Israel says about itself way too charitably. I think Israel would be very happy to see all these Jewish people go back to Israel, and that it is the sole place where Jewish people can be safe or whatever. That's how Israel markets itself. But
Israel is just a place Jews can go. With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's
not even true. God, it's so cringe. How can you be so fucking retarded and feel so confident talking about any of this shit? Well, I guess he's not really talking about it. It's just drama slop at the end of the day.
All you're defining Israel as is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list.
God.
It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted
He's about to
and
play
fun.
defense
And
for this.
Ethan
Oh, lighthearted
Klein
and fun.
saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who
It's
can.
just, this is just slop. It's snarker slop. This content cop is unironically just snarker slop from all the other dog shit videos. And it hurts me to say this even, okay? Because I don't like to compliment any of these people, but it's not even as good as those other videos. Like Noah Sams's video, I think, was just a better video than this. This isn't even a good video.
Say Habibi and who can't.
And also, like, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, "Can I say it? Is it a slur?" And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it, because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on
Is that true? They don't have a massive representation on the platform, but the largest or the second largest political streamer is shilling for their entire cultural identity every single fucking day? I'm sorry, who are your huge Zionists on the platform? Where are the Jews on the platform? What? What was that fucking comment? Are you serious?
on race, and nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F.
Ethan, well, sorry. Increasingly, you can't say. I was going to say, this is different because Ethan is white. It's not the same thing. As the guy who is famous for doing the N-word tier list, you would think Ian, of all people, would understand the difference here, right? But nowadays, Nazis don't consider Jewish people white. I don't even know. Maybe leftists don't consider Jewish people white anymore. I'm actually not sure. So maybe now we've moved on to a world where we don't say that anymore, and the only white person involved in this skit is Hassan, who is very clearly and obviously white. But like, it's not the same thing.
Hog. So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel...
Also, they're not... I don't think they were...
An F. Hog.
Were they putting streamers on this list? Hello? Wait, it's not the same thing.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their...
What if they had a... I'm trying to think. I don't even know what word you would use. What? Like, imagine you have like a tier list of people who had really good fathers, and you stick a whole bunch of white streamers at the top, and then Sean DeBlack comes up, and you're like, you know where he's gonna go. Bottom. Like, that's the equivalent to what we're talking about here. Like, why are you pretending that slur list, I don't even think was calling out other streamers, like...
Tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy? You think you're more white than Hassan?
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
Oh my God, dude.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi, and then it's like Hassan. Okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that
also Turkish people are not Arabs. Okay, so please stop this. Okay, don't confuse the Persians are Iranians, largely speaking. Arabs are smattered all across the greater Middle East region. Turkish people are not Arabs, okay?
That they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
Except when they were talking about their list, they literally said this guy can't go here because he's a Zionist. They literally explicitly say this when they're doing the list. Like it's such a dog whistle.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just...
Yes, tell me, please, about Arab culture. I'm sure Anissa has educated you so much. Has she ever even been to the Middle East? Or was she born in America and has been here her whole life? I'm curious. Has Anissa ever been to the Middle East in her life?
Proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra.
None of these people understand Arab culture. What are you talking about? All of these people are born and raised in the US of A. You think Denims has spent a ton of time in Arab culture? Frogan threw on a fucking, I was gonna say threw on a Habibi. What's the head thing called? Hijab, and calls herself part of Arab culture. These are the whitest, most online, like super online people. They all went to college. They had middle-class family and upbringing. These are Americans, all right? These are Americans through and through. They might have last names that would imply otherwise, or they might be a slightly darker shade of white than you, but to pretend like they have some keen or unique insight into the Middle East or Middle Eastern culture, when I don't even know how many people have ever even been to the Middle East before, is a fucking joke. And it's racist. Fuck you. Like, culture is some sort of like ethnically essential part of your identity.
A lot of people like me who eat Sabra.
Fucking yeah. Frogan was on a show talking about how horrible Israel was. This is like a few months ago and didn't even know what the fuck a Druze was. And she says she's fucking Lebanese, right? Like, what the fuck?
A lot of the times it's all that's in the store and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it.
Link me the clip.
It is not
Somebody
the good
link me the
shit.
clip.
Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arab.
Just one day after the October 7th massacre a year ago, Hezbollah joined the war against Israel. It launched an unprovoked attack on our cities, killing civilians without distinctions. Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Druze.
Okay, so they said that they're killing
Druze we talked about last time.
Druze. There was the village in the Golan Heights. By
the way, I'm pretty sure Lebanon has the second largest, I think, population of Druze in the world. By the way, the first is, I believe, Syria. Who knows how many are left? But I thought you were Lebanese. I thought you had a huge tie to your culture. Like, how do you not?
The rocket came down and hit kids playing soccer, but everyone says Israel shot the rocket down and it hit the kids playing soccer. That was in the Golan Heights. Muslims, it killed one person in Palestine. It hasn't killed any Christian Palestinians that I'm aware of, or any Christian Israelis, and it hasn't. I don't think.
Druze.
And I think it killed Jews. I think it killed IDF soldiers. So I think Hezbollah has not killed anyone else.
Israel has decided to put an end to this We've decided to do whatever.
It's completely impossible to be Lebanese but not know what Druze is, because she's not. She's not Lebanese. She's an American. I don't even think there's. Is there? Would you even consider there to be like a Lebanese ethnicity? Like there are so many different groups of people that live in Lebanon. There was supposed to be the tri-equal religious representation in the fucking government. There might be people who are considered. I actually don't even know that, but she's an American. She doesn't know fuck all about the Middle East or fucking Lebanon.
Where is necessary.
She knows about. She's from Michigan. Okay.
People safely to their homes.
By killing people.
Israel has a right to defend.
Listen to this part.
Israel also has a right to win, and Israel will win.
Israel has a right to win is fucking insane. That's
crazy,
insane.
chat.
To win what?
Return to where to Lebanon?
No, what they're saying is they're trying. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to get rid of. He's bullshitting. The people, okay, he's got over 100,000 people in northern Israel that will not go back to their settlements in northern Israel.
Good, bye. Go back to fucking Brooklyn, bitch. Like, you have your...
That's racist, by the way. That's a racist dog whistle. Arabs love to use this one on Jewish people. Is the idea that Jewish people were never actually from the Middle East ever. They didn't exist in the Middle East ever. Jewish people are all transplants from either Europe or from the United States. But, you know, we're not going to call that out.
Fucking house there.
Okay, so that...
But whatever.
Yeah. This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast.
In Lebanon, we make fun of these people, OG. Everybody makes fun of Americans that do that. For Americans that say that they're Irish or Italian, when they're American Irish or Irish American or Italian American, everybody around the world makes fun of Americans that do this shit. Arabs are not unique here. It's cringe.
Because we all know his intentions aren't anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to...
Well, how was that? He was literally showing something that Elon Musk did. Are we pretending like he was... What was even the point of that? Hello?
Not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast...
Wait! Did he just say, how can Ethan interpret this as an attack on him? Didn't they literally call Ethan out, literally explicitly, while they did that demonstration? Didn't Ethan come up and they put him on the bottom of the list explicitly? Didn't they say that in that same presentation? What? He's on the tier list. He's literally on the fucking list.
That other cultures embracing their own culture and instead thinking that that is an attack on you.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
Okay. I'm like, I'm getting audience input. They're like, you know, fuck what you guys had to say.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
What does that have to do with Sabra, though? What? I'm so confused right now. What does that have to do with Sabra? And it's so funny because Ian is going to retreat to the exact same excuse that he used to use with his content that now he calls out. And I know what he would say. Ian would go, well, come on. That was just a joke. Whenever somebody says it's just a joke, your next response or your response to that should be, oh, okay, that's fair. What's the joke? Tell me why I'm supposed to laugh at this. I'm curious, I just want to know. Can you tell me what the joke is here? What's supposed to be funny about this? Own it. Also, by the way, if you want to make jokes about this, then fucking hey, do it. I should be allowed to make these jokes. They want to make fun of Ian for being even fucking Jewish. Fucking hey, dude, this is the United States of America. You should be fine doing it. But don't pretend like it's something else. Don't pretend like that's not what you're doing. Okay? At least fucking own it.
That was a joke. That was just a joke in my...
Stanums. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra. All right, so there he
Are
goes.
we being messy?
Yes.
Good. You put him as number. Yeah.
Security.
We got it clear. Next is XQC.
Thank you
we should at least move him up one.
Let's put it on Love Sabra, maybe.
Yeah.
He's like its own category.
It's its own category.
He's in.
Yeah.
The bottom. Mike. Mike, I'm sorry.
Don't make him kiss, Scoot. Don't make him kiss.
The panel has decided.
Yeah, we're not debating here. You guys, I may look like Hasanabi, but I'm not him, honey.
You don't look like Hasanabi. You look like Miskif. We already said that.
The next person is Myth. Arrow.
Okay. Like they mentioned him like 3 or 4 times in this video, and he's like, "Why are you making this about you, bro?"
Sure. And instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle, and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know, he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score, a perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
This one is actually best apology, so.
Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during
I'm gonna be honest, if some psychologist guy reviewed my shit and said I ever had a 10 out of 10 apology, that shit would be in a frame in the back of my stream.
This video, like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of...
Oh my God. Of bringing Kirk on stream to criticize Ethan's behavior. No shot. I actually like that Kirk Honda dude, or at least I've never seen anything cringe or bad from him. Is that what's about to happen?
Getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. And, you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, bro. What a fucking based god. Oh, this guy did the same when I think Brittany Simon got to talk to him about some comments I'd made about the body remembers and trauma because Brittany's illiterate and she tried to read this book and didn't understand it. And she tried to like super load a question against him to say that I was like pro raping promiscuous women, and he saw right through it and fucking answered her correctly. Oh, hell yes.
Brother, this guy stinks! Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade.
And that was even after Ian showed him a fucking Hitler salute montage of fucking Ethan Klein, so...
But that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in...
Wait, so were they just mentally troubled and they needed like therapy, like you said before on your podcast? or were they just venting and being emotional? I thought you said over and over again. I thought I heard him say that earlier, that, oh, he's just being emotional right now. But now it sounds like he's not being emotional. Now he needs, like, there's something else going on, or I don't know what the fuck Ian's position is on this now.
Bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive.
Like this type of shit, I just want you to know, and that's fine if you pretend, but don't pretend like you care about mental health or any of that cringe shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves. Make fun of people who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you used to. Just do that. Go full in on it. But don't do this lefty bullshit of like, oh, you're presenting, these criticisms of what another person is saying. Well, maybe you're actually just fucking crazy, dude. Did you ever think that maybe every single thing you're saying is just the result of some huge mental health ailment that you're not capable of perceiving? But me, who exists, by the way, among the ranks of your harshest critics who constantly perceive, maybe I am able to perceive that thing that you're not. And I am able to diagnose you with that problem. And I am able to tell that every single thing you're saying is just coming from a place of deep insecurity and deep depression. And you just need to log off and touch grass and take a break. Like, this is the worst type of gaslighting in the universe. The internet was a better place when Ian just said the N-word. Like, it is the most mask-on, deranged type of criticism that will make you feel fucking insane and is intentionally framed to do it that way. Like, just go back to saying slurs. At least it was a more honest presentation of what you actually felt, instead of pretending like you care or give a fuck about any of these people.
Sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why.
This is not... Can I get Dr. Kirk on it? Somebody connect me. Give me his email. I want to rate these types of compliments. I just want to compliment you and say that you're authentic, or at least you were. That's why people used to be drawn to your stuff. I just want to compliment you and say that you used to be somebody that people watched your content to see how authentic you were. You're not anymore because of the current issue we have. This is not a compliment. Hello?
Your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein.
That was at least a genuine compliment.
I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best.
That's not a compliment. These are so transparent. Wait, am I crazy, or are these not the most... that was not a compliment. Hey, I think you're really good when you don't talk about shit that actually fucking matters. Just put on the fucking hat and dance, clown. Okay, that's not a compliment.
So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to...
Just as a... do I even have to say this? If you're trying to compliment somebody that you have an issue with, you're trying to do this thing where you say a nice thing, your compliment can't start with used to. That's not a compliment. That's an attack. You used to be so funny. You used to be such a cool person. You used to be so awesome. You did this. That's not a compliment. We know that you don't like them now. That's the whole... That's part of the reason why you're fighting.
I want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit.
Oh
that was
my
pretty fucked
God.
up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought
You used to be cool 8 years ago.
That was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, it's really hard.
Oh my God. The thickest rope the strongest. Are you actually serious? And you make this somehow about you crying like a fucking baby? Bro, dude, I wouldn't be able to do it. If I was Ethan, no, I do this actually, fuck it. I wouldn't kill myself if I was Ethan. I would dab on the haters. And I hope Ethan does dab on the haters today. Oh my God.
To be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more hold up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
It's so unhinged. You know what the answer is Ian hates Ethan because Ethan did what Ian tried to do but wasn't able to do, and that was transition away from doing overwhelmingly negative type content without being a soy fuck that nobody liked anymore. That's the real reason why Ian can't stand Ethan, because Ethan did largely transition away from, we'll use the soy word, problematic content, right? And he did do that. As have a lot of, well, not a lot of people. Actually, most people that try to do that failed fucking miserably. I did. I think I did a pretty good job doing it. Ethan did. Ethan did a really good job doing it. Ian wasn't able to do it. He was one of the creators that fell into the soy chasm, which is where you try to step away from problematic behavior, but then as a result of that, somehow you lose the ability to be funny or entertaining or to deliver messages that don't just seem contrived and pandery. And I think that's the real reason why Ian made this, and he was pressured by a whole bunch of other soy fucks on the internet as part of these weird snarker, anti-fan, lunatic fucking communities. And that's where 80% of this video is coming from. Jesus. Fantano was the same. Oh, Fantano's another one that fell into the soy chasm. True. Man, I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States, it is the Trump administration, bar none. Make no mistake, I disagree almost completely with I would call it the pro-Palestinian historical revisionism that goes on their side. That being said, I mean, we have a current administration that doesn't believe in rule of law. There is a process, and you need to follow this process, and I can't think of anything more insane to me than deporting students from the United States of America because you have a viewpoint disagreement with them. So they weren't always welcomed with open arms. There were times where they were welcome, and there were times where as early as 1920 in Iran.
U.S. university campuses have once again become a battleground for a war of words. The Trump administration has issued a list of demands to universities, compelling them to report students who are hostile to American values, ensuring academic departments are viewpoint diverse, and requiring them to hire a government-approved auditor to review programs and departments. Is the US really the land of the free if the government decides which freedoms to protect and which viewpoints are the right ones? To discuss the Trump administration's battle with American universities and its students, I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University and PragerU personality who's currently suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, is a YouTuber who provides political commentary from a centre-left perspective. And Ahmed Eldon, a former adjunct professor at Columbia University and a journalist who writes on Substack. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. The Trump administration wants to mandate opinion diversity on college campuses, is clamping down on student protests, and even using social media posts as grounds to revoke student visas. So, Shabbos, let's start with you, as you have direct experience with this. Is this pressure on universities and students and the protests justified?
Absolutely, and I take issue with the question. President Trump is not issuing a crackdown on universities. He's issuing a crackdown on specific universities. He's not talking about Florida State University, University of Chicago, Vanderbilt, University of Michigan. He's talking about the most elite, the most corrupt institutions like Harvard that have a $54 billion endowment, which is more money than most countries' GDP, that was found 2 years ago to have discriminated by the United States Supreme Court, to have discriminated against Asian Americans and their admissions criteria. This is a university that consistently amplified and celebrated a culture of anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And I used to be in the pretty far left of the ideological spectrum. I cannot for the life of me understand why it's the same far left campus activists who have made a martyr out of Harvard University, saying that we must protect this institution at all costs. What happened to ending the oligarchy and taxing the rich and having billionaires pay their fair share? No one has been able to explain to me why an institution with $54 billion needs $9 billion in American taxpayer money, why they receive $800 million in federal subsidies on an annual basis. And by the way, if Harvard does not want to accept this money, they don't have to. Trump is not forcing them to do anything. Harvard can say, we will only hire Democrats, which is what they're doing. We will discriminate against Asian Americans and white Americans and Jewish Americans. But what Harvard wants to do is they want to have their cake and eat it too. We want all of the money from the Americans, and we also want the Americans to go screw themselves because we will do whatever we want. It doesn't work that way.
And Harvard is not saying it will only employ Democrats, and they are saying that they're happy not to take the money. So, Destiny, what do you think? I mean, shouldn't it be hands off our educational institutions if the US is going to say that it supports freedom of thought?
Yeah, I thought that this administration came in saying that they wanted schools to decide how to educate their own students. It's interesting that the Republicans seem happy to dictate opinion or curriculum to an educational institution when it happens to be an educational institution that delivers opinions or students that have opinions that disagree with the current administration. I think that any American that has any value whatsoever to the idea of freedom of speech or freedom of thought or freedom of expression, especially on college campuses, should feel absolutely terrified that the administration is now running around and playing politics with attaching political mandates to grants that are being awarded to schools that do scientific research. I think it's absolutely insane that this administration is attacking some of our most well-known universities, our oldest universities, for ideological political purposes, which they've outwardly and overtly stated. And the fact is, even if you bow to the administration like Columbia has, there's no guarantee that it'll even lift any of the funding restrictions that they've put on you. So there's no, I think, good reason for Harvard to play along here. And I don't think anybody, at least that values freedom of speech, should be cheering any of these decisions on.
Ahmed Eldon, to round out this first question, isn't there an argument, though, as what the Trump administration is saying, is that this is fostering hate speech, it's fostering anti-Semitism, and there should be no place for that on university campuses?
I disagree that there's an argument there, and I just want to take a moment and take the macro lens for a minute. I mean, let's be clear about what we're debating. This is not an abstract idea, Melinda. We're witnessing the systematic stripping away of American civil liberties through a campaign that criminalizes not hate speech, but dissent and censors legitimate criticism of a foreign regime that is plausibly committing genocide. I'm bringing that up because we keep hearing that this is, from people like Shabbos and others, that this is about Judaism, that this is about anti-Semitism. It's not about that. It's about the deliberate conflation of the term anti-Semitism with any critique of Israel, which, by the way, Israel has killed more than 17,000 children in its genocidal war. It is blocking food, water, and medicine from an entire population, the definition of a war crime. Israel's leaders have international arrest warrants issued against them by the ICC. It's killing paramedics and then lying about it. I mean, look, Melinda, our academic institutions in the United States, the very places that nurtured free inquiry, free speech, and the questioning spirit, critical thinking, like Gaza, our universities are under siege. And if I may just mention, as a former Columbia University student and adjunct professor, I'd like to note that today, April 17th, is a special day. It's the one-year anniversary of Columbia's Gaza Solidarity Encampment, and it's also Palestinian Prisoners' Day. And I just want to highlight, when students first pitched their tents on Butler Lawn, they never imagined, nor should they have, how far their courage would take them, but also how brutal the crackdown would be. After months of rallies and protests, when they occupied parts of campuses, we saw immediately the state and the university move to crush them, exposing what I would describe as the true nature of Columbia University, which is an institution that perhaps I can agree with some of what was said earlier, that is clearly choosing to put money and profit over people and free speech.
Shabos, you're rolling your eyes. What would you like to respond?
Well, first of all, I would never tell an African American what is or isn't racism because I'm not black, but I appreciate that my co-panelist feels the courage to tell a Jewish person what is or isn't anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, though, I will make two concrete points. This bizarre and sudden focus and fascination on free speech is pretty ludicrous, considering 3 years ago, Harvard University was ranked by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions as to how well it preserved free speech and the First Amendment. It was ranked 248th out of 248 American universities, and I don't recall being invited by Al Arabiya to talk about dissent on free speech. It's only when anti-Semitism is involved, all of a sudden do we start caring about free speech and the First Amendment. Harvard is an institution that routinely disinvites controversial speakers who are deemed allegedly to be transphobic, misogynistic, or racist. This is a university that fired its own president for suggesting that pay disparities between men and women can probably be explained by the fact that women go into less paying professions. This is an institution that unenrolled 12 students who were posting sexist memes in a private WhatsApp group. All of this was happening for years, and no one really talked about it. It was only when Jewish students said that we want to be treated equally under the law, all of a sudden did universities wake up and say, oh, well, we just can't because we have to preserve free speech. It's a ludicrous argument. No one takes it seriously. Again, Harvard was ranked out of given a 0.0 by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions. They have no track record of protecting free speech. But if you want to make this into a free speech argument, then fine, I'm all for free speech. Harvard should be allowed to do whatever it is they would like. What they can't do is say, we're going to do whatever we would like, and then we also demand the American taxpayer pay for it. Again, I used to be far left. Destiny is center left. Why is it that we're defending an institution with billions and billions and billions of dollars? I mean, Florida State University, Vanderbilt, Chicago, these are great institutions of higher learning. And you know what the difference is between those institutions and Harvard and Columbia and Penn? Is those institutions do not capitulate to the dumbest elements of our society. If you want to protest and violate all time, place, and manner restrictions, then fine, but at least accept the consequences of your actions.
Melinda, can I just jump in for a second? Because, you know, I just want to share with your viewers. I mean, Shabos, I don't know if your audience knows that, you know, I would take everything he says with a grain of salt. You know, you say that these are some of the dumbest people. I mean, Shabos, you've written on Instagram, you know, to those who are protesting at Harvard. And by the way, let's be clear, they're not protesting against free speech or for free speech. They're protesting against genocide and ethnic cleansing, which is being widely documented. So that is not anti-Semitism. I'm not telling you what anti-Semitism is, but we can all hopefully agree that anti-Semitism is when you discriminate against Jewish people, not a Zionist regime that is rogue and violating international law and committing crimes against humanity. You wrote in response to an Instagram post, have you considered blowing yourselves up? That would really show the Zionists. So I don't know if that's like a joke or if you just feel as if that's somehow a level of discourse that should be encouraged. But I do want to remind our audience, I mean, there have been numerous students, including Mohsen Mahdawi recently, a Palestinian refugee, a legal permanent resident who devoted over 10 years of bridges on campus. He approached what he thought was a routine citizenship interview, only to be ambushed by ICE agents inside the office of USCIS in Vermont. Hours later, deportation proceedings were already underway. I mean, Mohsen's story is one story, but it's emblematic of a much larger trend. So for as much as Shabos wants to make this about Harvard and how much money they have, it's so much bigger than that. I mean, Mohsen, after his meeting with Columbia professor Shai Davide, who, by the way, is a faculty member who, unlike the students, has actually been harassing faculty, students, and administrators, and eventually got suspended, not because he was harassing students, but because administrators were being harassed. He took to Twitter to frame Mohsen and other pro-Palestinian voices, as Shabos is claiming, anti-Semitic and even pro-Hamas, as if the thousands of Jewish students across universities that are literally just protesting the genocide and ethnic cleansing and daily slaughter of children, that somehow makes them pro-Hamas. I mean, this was followed, just put yourself in this guy's shoes. This was followed by a digital witch hunt in which websites like Canary Mission and others, as well as a private WhatsApp group of Columbia alumni and faculty, were conspiring to try to get these Palestinian students deported. I mean, the level of danger that this is putting us all in, as Americans, as academics, as simply citizens or non-citizens, cannot be overstated.
Destiny, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but Shahbaz, I'll let you respond to that before we move on to the next question.
Sure. Well, thank you for exposing your academic dishonesty, because you've deliberately left out the first part of my comment, which is to anyone who is calling for an intifada, which for your viewers who don't know, the intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of nursing homes and school buses and nightclubs in Israel.
Okay, we're not going to go back into a history lesson.
Melinda, unfortunately, he's trying to justify his very hateful rhetoric, but that is not what the... You don't want me to explain
Just one thing at a time, Ahmet. Let's let Shahbaz respond, and then Ahmet will come to you. Just a moment, Ahmet.
Shahbaz, he doesn't mischaracterize what the Intifada is, because the Intifada isn't that. The Intifada is a resistance of oppression. Carry on.
Shahbaz?
Okay, so by the way, if you want to understand why the American people really don't like these elitist universities, it's because of professors like that, who the moment a student starts responding or a student gives their own opinion, they have to interrupt. So as I was saying, the Second Intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of school buses and nursing homes and nightclubs to kill as many Jews as possible. Palestinian terrorists would start blowing themselves up all over Israel. My cousin was killed during the Second Intifada. So I've been very clear, for any student who believes that we have to bring the Intifada to America, which is what they're chanting at all these universities, then great, blow yourselves up and leave American students alone. If you believe in terrorism, then go do it somewhere else. And I never once characterized free speech and protest as anti-Semitic. What I do characterize as anti-Semitic is when a staff member at Harvard University challenged me to debate him in a secluded underpass as to whether Jews orchestrated 9/11, then posted a video of him waving a machete with a picture of my face, saying he's coming after me and is coming after more than blood. You know what's anti-Semitic? Drawing swastikas on the posters of Jewish hostages like Fir Bibas, who's a 9-month-old baby, and writing, "His head is still on, where is the evidence?" You know what's anti-Semitic? Following Jews like myself on my way to class during the encampments and recording us. All of those things are anti-Semitic, and it has literally nothing to do with speech. I never once made the point that free speech and exercising your First Amendment rights is anti-Semitic. This has nothing to do with speech, and it has everything to do with criminality and discrimination. And in the same way, the federal government withheld funds from racist schools that refused to integrate in the 1950s. In the same way, the Obama administration tried rescinding and withholding funds from schools that he deemed transphobic or sexist. So too, we should rescind funds and withhold federal funding from any institution that does not follow the law and its federal mandates under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It has nothing to do with speech, and all your listeners can Google exactly what the Intifada was. It was the murder of Jews indiscriminately.
Okay, Destiny, I'm going to let you respond to what we've been hearing before we move on to segment B. I mean, when we hear, two clearly polar opposite views, when you hear that and you think about those views clashing on US university campuses, I mean, what is a way forward? Is there a way forward?
I mean, it's a conversation. I mean, Israel-Palestine is a debate older than anybody here, of course. None of this conversation matters. None of it's relevant to what's being discussed. People can have their viewpoints on this. The reality is if you come into this conversation pretending that the Trump administration cares about anti-Semitism or is trying to save Jews on campus, it's just a lie. Trump is targeting institutions that he feels doesn't agree with his political viewpoint. He's doing the exact same thing with his numerous executive orders targeted towards lawyers, targeted towards law firms, targeted towards the ex-head of CISA. All of these people are being targeted because they have political disagreements with Donald Trump. That's why Columbia, that's why Harvard are being targeted. He might use the anti-Semitism thing as the reason to do it, but if you think that somebody's violating some part of the Civil Rights Act, if you think that a school is acting in some way that's criminal, then go through the criminal process. This administration has demonstrated time and time again that they completely disregard process, they don't care about rule of law, and that they will do whatever tactics they can to bring people underneath their influence and to try to crush them until they have to go along with whatever the Trump administration likes, such as, for example, the recent law firms that have now donated over, what, $500 million of pro bono work to take themselves out of the crosshair of the administration. Again, like, we can go back and forth all day about, I mean, I think it's undeniable that there is a massive undercurrent of anti-Semitism with a lot of the protests at these colleges, but I thought the conservatives said that we should never have hate speech laws, that we shouldn't outlaw hate speech. If people want to protest, if people want to be anti-Semitic, if people want to be anti-Palestinian, if people want to be racist or hateful, you have the right to be that. If you think that an administration is doing this or facilitating this in a way that's violating their obligations under any kind of federal statute, then hold them accountable as such. Don't come out here with these open letters and pretend that you're following some process when it's really just a form of political bullying.
Okay, let's move. Really quickly before we move on.
If I can, Melinda, I'll be brief. I just want to correct the record. I mean, intifada, certainly. I mean, you said that the reason people hate Professor Chabos is because they interrupt. I interrupted you because you are misleading and you are spreading misinformation and you don't understand clearly what the intifada is. You claim it's about the indiscriminate murder of Israelis. That's not the case. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but I want to clarify it. Intifada is an Arabic word that literally means shaking off. And in the Palestinian context, it's understood to mean a civil uprising. In fact, the first Palestinian intifada erupted in Gaza after 4 Palestinians were killed when an Israeli truck collided with 2 vans that were carrying Palestinian workers. As for indiscriminate and your use of that word, I think all 3 of us, hopefully, well, at least Melinda and the other guest who, is not deluded by misinformation and peddling propaganda, can agree, like the United Nations, like all human rights groups, that Israel has been indiscriminately bombing Gaza and targeting children, doctors, journalists, UN staff, foreign workers. Anyway, Melinda, all of this is happening, and I hope we can discuss this as well, because I think it was an interesting point that the last guest brought up. This is happening across the US, where the Department of Homeland Security is also simultaneously combing through social media accounts of 1.5 million foreign students, searching exclusively for, quote, anti-Semitic activity. And even though the previous guest said, and the reason I put it in quotes is because when we say there is massive evidence of anti-Semitism amongst the protesters, let's just distinguish. Anti-Semitism is not simply calling for the dismantling of the Zionist state. That is not anti-Semitic.
Indeed, and we are going to come to that combing of social media in our next segment, but I just quickly want to get a little bit of time on our second segment about this politicizing use of language. We're going to focus on anti-Semitism, but I really want to make it clear to our guests, to our viewers, we're not in any way diminishing the stark rise in anti-Muslim rhetoric or the hate crimes associated with that. But for the purpose of this specific discussion, we're focusing on anti-Semitism because this is the key justification used by the Trump administration to take actions against universities and students. So Destiny, let me start with you. Do you think that anti-Israel or maybe anti-Netanyahu bias at US universities is being conflated with anti-Semitism?
I want to be ultra crystal clear here. I think in the United States of America, you have a constitutional right to be anti-Semitic. If you want to do a protest and you want to say burn Israel to the ground or I hate Jews or whatever, you absolutely have the right to do that. Okay, I think that should be a protected right. It's part of why our First Amendment is so expansive. So with that in mind, so I'm opposed to all the actions that the Trump administration is taking right now to bully these universities. With that in mind, there's absolutely an undercurrent of anti-Semitism here. Now, for whatever reason, Israelis have not learned how to speak the language of the West anywhere near as much as all of their critics say that they have, and Palestinians have mastered the language of the West. That's why we just got a 10-minute explanation on how intifada definitely just means civil uprisings, despite the fact that the last guest very clearly mentioned the first intifada, which was more of a civil uprising, to distinguish it from the second intifada, which was the indiscriminate killings and bombings of civilians and soldiers alike across all of Israel. That's why the majority of Israeli deaths were civilians. That's why almost 1,000 people died. And even the majority of deaths on the Palestinian side were Palestinians killing other Palestinians because they were suspected collaborators of the IDF. So there is absolutely an undercurrent of violent thought there. There's absolutely a weird equivocation being played on some of the words and a lot of word games that's being played. So for instance, somebody will say the dissolution of the state of Israel isn't anti-Semitic, but then when you ask them what that means, they'll say, well, it should be a a single state where Jews are a super minority in the region, and then when you ask them, okay, well, what
No,
if people
it should
start
be a state
enacting
where all human
anti-Semitic or
beings have
anti-Jewish?
equal rights, regardless
Just
of
a moment. I want to turn this over.
Just to be clear, though, that would be a Jewish minority, though. That would be a Jewish minority.
No, but like in the U.S., Destiny, let's just be honest.
The United States, though, but the United States isn't full of people that have spent the entirety of the last 100 years attacking Jews the same way that the Arab states have, right?
I'm sorry, no, that's factually incorrect.
Which part of that was factually incorrect?
When Jewish immigrants started coming from Europe, they were welcomed with open arms by people like my grandparents, who were then ethnically cleansed, as you know, the Nakba in 1948.
So they weren't always welcomed with open arms. There were times where they were welcome, and then there were times where, as early as 1920 in Iran, there was a massacre of Jewish people. These happened all across the Palestinian Mandate. There was a reason why in 47, the whole reason why Israel eventually declared independence was coming anyway was because all of the Palestinians there tried to do a civil war and lost, and then all the Arab states joined in war and lost. This is where all this happened. In 48 and in 67 and 73, there was a massive exodus of Jews from all of the surrounding Arab countries because of their pogroms, because of other types of discrimination that Jews were facing due to Israel. This is basic history. Of course, the Palestinians will rewrite the history here. Not that it matters. We should be deporting
Palestinians are not rewriting history.
It's just a certain.
Destiny, I just want to, it's important that we don't demonize the Arabs who were threatening the Jews. The reason that the Jews were so threatened historically, not to suggest that they weren't in the Arab world as well, was primarily the same reason we see Germany and the rest of Europe not moving, despite them having an obligation to prevent the current genocide. It involves the guilt that they feel because of the fact that they were the ones that genocided and ethnically cleansed the Jewish people. And that's why it was, you know, maybe something that they would support to send. It was a very convenient thing for them to send Jewish people away from their land and to, you know, the Holy Land. And so I was just taking issue with the fact that when people say Zionism
have the Arabs not been trying to cleanse the Jews from the Middle East since at least 1936?
I'm sorry, what? No, they weren't. No, they haven't been. The Arabs as a monolith were trying.
Okay, let's bring in Sharbos. Sharbos, respond to what both of our guests there have been debating about. Talk us through it. What's your point of view?
Sure, but first I need to make a broad point. There's only one professor on this panel, and it's a professor who keeps interrupting. I mean, this is why higher education is so flawed these days.
I'm going to interrupt and say I'm not a professor.
Viewers need to hear three distinct perspectives. That is their right, and we can't do it if people. Thank you for proving my point. You need to listen to other people and have basic respect. And if you don't want to agree with me, fine, but just stop interrupting. It's like childish. It's just childish. This is why young people are just so fed up with these institutions. Just stop interrupting, Jesus. So here's the point. I couldn't agree with Destiny more. There should not be hate speech laws. Anti-Semitism is constitutionally protected speech. Islamophobia is constitutionally protected speech. Racist speech, sexist speech, it's abhorrent. I condemn it, of course, but it's protected. Jewish students, myself included, are not asking for special treatment under the law. We're asking for equal treatment under the law. And Destiny brought up this point of there should be criminal proceedings, and that's actually what we're doing. So we filed a lawsuit against Harvard last year. It's the first lawsuit in American history pertaining to the civil rights violations of Jewish students on a college campus to actually go to trial. Harvard filed 2 separate motions to dismiss, and that was rejected. In fact, the Judge Richard Stearns, even wrote that it would be dubious for Harvard to try to hide under the First Amendment when almost everything we were entailing had nothing to do with speech, and it had everything to do with criminality, it had everything to do with action. It is a big fiction, and it's a damning indictment on the mainstream media that they have concocted this narrative whereby we can only defend Jewish students or we can only defend speech, when the two are not in conflict with each other at all. And if you're so concerned about speech, then I would actually encourage you to look at the letter that the Federal Anti-Semitism Task Force and the Trump administration put out and released at Harvard, and it said you have to have viewpoint diversity, because right now a Harvard Crimson study found that 97% of the Harvard faculty identify as liberal. And I'm sort of a liberal, but I know that that's really not good for higher education when all the professors think one way. If you look at the Anti-Semitism Task Force letter, they say that you can only have merit-based admissions criteria, as opposed to asking people their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic background. The letter also says you have to ban masks because protesters continuously say wear a mask so you can't be held accountable for your actions. These are basic reforms. And again, if any institution don't want to do these reforms, that is their prerogative. They don't have to do them. All it means is that the federal government won't be subsidizing penalizing them. And again, I don't understand why this suddenly became controversial, because we're talking about corporations and elitist institutions with billions and billions of dollars. As it pertains to Israel-Palestine specifically, the idea that the Intifada simply means shaking off is ludicrous. Seek Heil simply means hail victory, but we know what the obvious historical connotations are, which is why, before he was killed, Yahya Sinwar went on Al Jazeera and said explicitly that it would be a great thing for everyone on college campuses to call for the free Palestine from the river to the sea, because even though that's constitutionally protected speech, it was pretty clear that freeing Palestine from the river to the sea meant the destruction of the Jewish state from the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea. So we can't pretend that there are these innocuous or well-meaning students who don't actually know what they're talking about, and they believe. You have to stop interrupting me. It is unbelievable. You're like, how old are you? It's unbelievable.
All right, well then I'll do the interrupting. I'll hand it over to Ahmed.
Innocent, innocuous students.
Ahmed, let's go.
Talking about, and they believe in this peaceful coexistence.
He asked me a question. Can I answer the question?
Go ahead, Ahmed.
You asked me how old I am. I'm 40 years old. And I interrupted you by saying that's not true, because it is our job to make sure, whether as a guest or a panelist, that when lies and misinformation is being spread, that I challenge it. You said earlier, Shabbos, interestingly enough, quoting you verbatim, Jewish students are asking for equal treatment under law. That is exactly at the heart of the movement to liberate the Palestinian people from oppression, occupation, and apartheid. Because as I'm sure we can all agree, Palestinian students, journalists, doctors, mothers, inside of Israel, inside of the West Bank and Gaza, are simply asking for the same thing. Why not treat them equally under law? And by the way, when you bring up, from the river to the sea and how we can understand that to mean that they want to genocide the Jews, that is your interpretation, and you're using that for certain reasons. That is also in the Likud charter. So when Netanyahu and others say it, including Jewish people on campus, they're not penalized, they're not prosecuted, it's not controversial. But when Palestinians who have suffered from decades of oppression, occupation, and ethnic cleansing, as we're seeing in our feeds every day, simply say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they're talking about their historical land, which has been taken from them. Now, I don't want to get sidelined into like how old I am and why I'm interrupting you when you're spreading misinformation. What I want to agree with Destiny on is that we are seeing, this purge of voices, not voices that are anti-Semitic, but voices that are challenging Israel's countless war crimes. Today, students and professors are even being detained, disappeared off the streets, not because of crimes, but simply because they dare speak out against their tax dollars being used to commit genocide. Let's look at the Texas legislature. They passed a law requiring public and charter schools to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Under this law, even a measured critique of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and its massacres, the daily massacres in Gaza. It's not, these are not opinions that I have about these massacres. These are hard, cold facts. That they're killing or injuring 100 children a day since they violated the ceasefire. That's the United Nations, not me. But maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if Shabbos thinks like Israel and everyone else that the United Nations is Hamas. The point is, Melinda, teachers and students are being disciplined, being disappeared, for even recounting the historical reality of the creation of Israel, which is a history rife with documented massacres of Palestinians and acts of ethnic cleansing. And not only does this directly violate the Constitution and First Amendment, but it also violates the spirit of academic freedom that I think is so coveted by so many people around the world when it comes to higher education in the US. So Melinda, I think we must ask if the goal of the Trump administration was really to combat real anti-Semitism, which I admit is a major issue, not just in the United States, but around the world. Why are we not prosecuting the KKK or the neo-Nazis chanting hateful slogans at Charlottesville? It's because this isn't about protecting any community or any human beings in the US. It's about shielding Israel, a rogue state that is committing genocide, from any accountability for its crimes against humanity.
Okay, I'm going to bring Destiny in on that comment in just a moment, but Shabbos, I saw you raising your hand, so I'll give you a quick right of reply, and then Destiny, I've got a question for you on what Ahmet just said.
Sure. Well, first of all, I point out I wanted to correct the record, but I patiently waited for my panelists to finish speaking as opposed to interrupting. The IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, definition of anti-Semitism does not in any way criminalize criticism of the State of Israel. Take it from someone who was in the State of Israel last month speaking at a conference run by the Israeli government and used the opportunity to criticize the Israeli government. The idea that there is some nefarious actors out there who are creating legislation that penalizes criticisms against a state is ludicrous. Again, if you ever go to Israel, you would know that it is essentially a national pastime to criticize Israeli policies and the Israeli government. No one is saying that speech should be criminalized. And by the way, as Destiny's point already articulated, there are protections for free speech, whether it's anti-Palestinian or whether it's anti-Semitism. Those should be protected. The people who are being prosecuted or the institutions that are being sued against has nothing to do with speech. It has everything to do with conduct and criminality. This is not really a debate on Israel's actions in the Middle East, although I'm happy to come back and talk about it. The issue that we're discussing today are rogue institutions like Harvard, Penn, Columbia, UCLA, you name it, that have taken American taxpayer dollars and then have used those dollars to fund programs, to fund speakers that are anti-American, that don't hold our values, that in many cases violate the law, like the United States Supreme Court found just 2 years ago. Harvard was discriminating against Asian Americans, and those institutions should finally be held accountable, whether it's under the guise of anti-Semitism, whether it's under the guise of cutting government waste, whether it's under the guise of institutional reform. At the end of the day, there is an obvious alignment that we have corrupt institutions that don't serve the interests of the American people, and it is in our own best interest to reform those institutions. It's a relatively simple argument. At its core, the showdown is between Harvard insisting on violating the civil rights of Jews and the Trump administration saying, fine, we're just not going to fund those violations of said civil rights.
We're going to come to American values really shortly. Destiny, let me just ask you, I want you to respond to something that Ahmet was talking about. Is there a sense that the Trump administration is prioritizing anti-Semitism over other forms of hate speech, even though we have said, yes, it's protected under the First Amendment, it doesn't mean it's okay? Is there a priority on that particular type of hate speech over other forms, do you believe?
Man, I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. But yeah, there is an obsession with the anti-Semitic thing, but it's just because Israel plays well with the older demographic in the United States, and Trump sees it as a very safe option to be a full Israeli simp. There's a reason why a lot of people in Israel, and Netanyahu included, have massive support for Trump, because Trump has massive support for Israel. But the issue is Trump is just picking the things that allows him to attack his political opponents. Trump doesn't care about anti-Semitism. He cares that he finally has a good avenue to attack universities through. Again, if we felt like this was a huge issue across schools in the United States, then do like Shabbos is doing, then sue them, take them to court, have the DOJ file a case against them for some kind of wrongful thing. He keeps referring to the Supreme Court decision, getting rid of affirmative action. That went through the courts. It was a Supreme Court decision. And then Harvard and all the other universities in the United States had to follow through. If we feel like there's something that universities are doing, then don't call out a particular university. Either pass a new law or enforce the laws on the books, or take somebody to court if you feel like they're doing some kind of criminally wrongful action, and actually have that argument in front of the American people. Stop writing these letters to political opponents like he's done with every other political opponent in the United States, whether we're talking about suing news stations for giving interviews or polls that he doesn't like, or whether we're talking about targeting law firms because lawyers worked with political opponents that he didn't like, and now it's targeting schools because they have viewpoints that he doesn't like. We just got rid of the Department of Education because we wanted the government to stop dictating opinions and to stop dictating curriculum to schools. So why is the president targeting these two universities, one of which buckled, Columbia, and wasn't even given any reprieve from the administration's bullying tactics on it? So again, if you feel like it's a problem, go through the correct process. Process is important, essential, I would say.
Shabbos, if you think that there is an anti-Israel bias, anti-Semitism on college campuses, where do you think that's coming from? Why do you think we're seeing it now? And have we seen it in the past, but we're only talking about it now?
Sure. So again, it's not just to do with an anti-Israel bias. No one is talking about the importance of curtailing speech and people's political opinions. Look, it's obvious that these institutions have a far left bias, but that's not the issue we're discussing. Where does it come from? Look, at its peak, Harvard was 25% Jewish. Today, it's 4% Jewish. It's not because Jews got dumber over time. It's because there's been a deliberate and systemic campaign to crack down on the amount of Jews at Harvard University. I'm not saying we're victims in this case, but I am saying that I believe through the DEI process, where you create a victimhood Olympics, where you rank people based on their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic statuses, Jews have the misfortune in the United States of being mischaracterized as white. And whether it was 4 babies or 40,000 babies who were beheaded on October 7th, it really doesn't matter because, as my classmates will tell you, as they've told me to my face, resistance is justified when people are occupied. It's the same reason that people my age, people 18 to 26, overwhelmingly support what Luigi Mangione did of killing the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Why? Because if you are a victim of this society in this really grandiose, non-tangible way, then you could kind of do whatever you want to get rid of that unjust society. And there is no greater display of injustice. And again, I know the debate is not Israel-Palestine. Happy to come back to talk about that later. But for whatever reason, there's no greater symbol of injustice than the Palestinian people, which is why you have this really bizarre coalition of far-left socialist groups, of LGBTQ coalitions, of radical Islamic fundamentalists who all kind of come together on campuses in support of the Palestinian cause. And I would say a lot of it has to do with DEI and this insistence that we have to judge people based on race, based on class, based on sexual orientation. And it's interesting, going back to the Supreme Court ruling that Harvard was discriminating against minority students in affirmative action. What's interesting is the next day, Harvard University put out a statement basically saying we're going to curtail the Supreme Court's ruling. So the problem is we don't really have an enforcement. And because there's no enforcement of law, the government's saying, well, we're not going to fund it anymore.
Melinda, if I may just correct the record, or at least answer his
Really briefly
question.
for me, though, Ahmed, before I move on to Destiny, please.
Okay, well, go ahead. I don't need to interject if you don't want me to. They just
No, go ahead. Go ahead. We want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I just want to say the reason that, LGBTs and other people, as he referenced, are coming together, it might just be because they're marginalized groups who know what it's like to be so perpetually dehumanized by the political and media establishment. And there's this thing, whether you like it or not, called intersectional resistance, which is people who are marginalized, who are dehumanized, coming together to rally behind each other. Also, if I can add, it seems history is repeating itself. Columbia University, again, where I was a professor and I'm no longer a professor, Shabbos. In 1933, you might know or have studied that Columbia students protested Nazi violence against Jews. And in a stunning reversal, we saw the administration welcome the anti-Semitic Nazi ambassador, Hans Luther. And if you fast forward to today, Columbia students who are protesting not Judaism, not anything related to Judaism, but rather the Israeli state's genocidal war of annihilation in Gaza. And instead of protecting free speech, Columbia invited a former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, who, by the way, in my opinion, is a war criminal based on the fact that he brags repeatedly that he's killed many Arabs in his life, and there's no problem with that. So I just, Melinda, want to make sure that we stay focused on what we were supposed to discuss, which is the sort of surge of repressive measures that are aimed at not silencing dissent against Jewish people or attacks on Jewish people. So I think it's a misnomer. It's not accurate. It's misleading to suggest that at college campuses, many of these protests are led by Jewish students themselves. Especially the ones at Columbia. And you see someone like Marco Rubio. I mean, let's just get to the reason why people are being disappeared. We haven't even discussed that. We talk. But Melinda, we talk about Mahmoud and the other students who've been disappeared and at Tufts and at Columbia. Well, they're not being prosecuted for any criminal conduct. Maybe the other panelists can explain to me. I understand there's an archaic law from 1952 that's granting the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, this broad authority to deport anyone deemed to be a threat to U.S. foreign policy. It's being weaponized against these students. Currently, it's being weaponized against students who are pro-Palestinian or Palestinian themselves. But I want to know, what are the crimes? What are the actual crimes? I mean, there's been no evidence of criminal misrepresentations, even on Mahmoud's green card. All that I believe was offered in support of his case was a 2-page memo by Marco Rubio containing no allegations of criminal conduct, but simply arguing that Mahmoud Khalil should be expelled from America, not just from Colombia, for beliefs that undermine core American interests. What are those beliefs? I'd like to know.
It's interesting that you asked that, because that's exactly what we're going to talk about in our final segment here on Counterpoints. It's no secret that Donald Trump and the wider MAGA movement dislike the views that they deem anti-American or hostile to America. And one of the US government's demands to Harvard include reporting students to the federal government who they believe are hostile to American values. And yet it's unclear from what we've heard from the administration thus far who will determine what a hostile view is, and perhaps equally unclear what exactly American values are. So, Destiny, how do you think we should define American values, but how do you think the government is interpreting them in a political way? And should people with hostile views be reported to the government?
There have been, I'm 36 years old, there have been so many different groups that were supposed to be a threat to what it meant to be an American or a threat to U.S. values. It was, when I was growing up, it was illegal immigrants, it was Mexican invaders. After 9/11, it was supposed to be Muslims and Arabs and Islam. Then it was ISIS and, you know, then, I mean, people have always identified all of these external enemies, usually non-white, that were supposed to come in and destroy this country. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States, it is the Trump administration, bar none. Make no mistake, I disagree almost completely with I would call it the pro-Palestinian historical revisionism that goes on their side. But that being said, I mean, we have a current administration that doesn't believe in rule of law. There is a process, and you need to follow this process. And I can't think of anything more insane to me than deporting students from the United States of America because you have a viewpoint disagreement with them. From a selfish level, these people come in. Oftentimes, they pay full tuition and they subsidize their own students. These are some of the best and brightest students around the world, despite how crazy their political views may be. And also, as a side note, their political views should be a little bit crazy. They're kids. They're, what, 18 to 22, who wasn't an insane person, who wasn't picking up Ayn Rand or the Communist Manifesto, or, you know, in the past it might have been protesting Vietnam or whatever. Like, kids always have radical beliefs, and I think it's worth addressing, you know, where's the external influence on some of these beliefs. I think that's fine to address, but we are throwing away like one of our most important avenues to accessing talent around the world as a result of this administration and the unilateral way that they're going about everything. It's not even done through the entire executive department. It's done from Donald Trump himself. He wills it, he writes it, you know, into an EO, or he has one handed to him, and then he signs it, and then it's carried out. If there are things that you don't like, you have an entire Congress, you have both halves of it with Republican majorities, use them. You know, if you think somebody's breaking the law, use your Department of Justice. They did it with Eric Adams to try to do a quid pro quo with him. They did that successfully. So sue these organizations, sue these universities, charge them with crimes if you think, and then let the cases play out. I can't think of any greater threat to American values right now in the United States than Donald Trump and the way that his administration is just tearing through the rule of law in this country.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the tragic story of Tokyo Rose and how someone who was loyal to the United States became one of its few citizens to ever be convicted of treason. In research for a World War II project I'm working on, I came across this story as it related to World War II propaganda. It was common during World War II and even some conflicts that came afterwards for militaries to have dedicated radio operators who would speak to the enemy in their own language. The purpose of these broadcasts was to have someone, most often a woman, speak to the enemy in their own language and try to demoralize them from continuing to fight. This was done by playing music from their homeland to make them homesick, or lie about troop movements to make them think they're losing the war, or even just talking about how their girlfriends are probably at home cheating on them. This effort was carried out by multiple operators across different factions in the war. In Europe, this ring of mystery broadcasters were given the name of Axis Sally, and in the Pacific, these voices were known as Tokyo Rose. And while the broadcasts themselves are interesting, what I want to focus on today is how Tokyo Rose became one of the most expensive trials in the United States and the only person in American history to be both convicted and pardoned of treason. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we get into the story of a secret double agent who stood for the country that would later convict them. But before we get into some more cursed knowledge, let's talk about something that isn't cursed, like saving money. And you can start saving money right now thanks to today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America that helps you save money when you buy something online. You can get Honey for free in just 2 clicks, and then when you are shopping and get to checkout, Honey will begin to scour the internet to find you discount codes so you can start saving cash. And now, thanks to Honey's mobile extension, you don't even need your at-home computer to do it because you can get it on your phone and start saving money while on the go. Honey can save you money on things that you're probably already paying for. For example, whenever I buy a PC or takeout, I make sure that Honey's installed because all I have to do to save money is literally lift a finger. Honey is free and works on a ton of the sites that you're already shopping from, so you might as well start saving money on something you didn't even know you were paying too much for. And today, you can get Honey for free by going to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigoon. That is right, you can get Honey completely free by going to that link in the description, and I ask that you use that link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it really does help out the channel, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As mentioned earlier, radio propaganda was very common in World War II. The soldiers on the ground would give names to these voices on the radio, even if it was multiple people. In other words, if you were a US soldier in Europe and there were multiple women who were speaking on the radio to try to convince you to turn away from fighting, you would broadly refer to this group of women as Axis Sally. The reason you'd be listening to the enemy's radio broadcast in the first place is, for one, depending on your location, it could be the only broadcast you can pick up, and two, the broadcast would spice it up with American music and news in order to keep people listening. And then, from there they'd sprinkle in the ideas of how their country's going to fall apart and their women are cheating on them.
And the enemies are precisely those people who are fighting against Germany today, and in case you don't know it, indirectly against America too. Because a defeat for Germany would mean a defeat for America, believe me.
Now, while most of the time you could just see this as some weird form of bullying or picking on soldiers, every now and then they would say something important. Military intelligence is very safely guarded during a war, and most often it's illegal to give away that intelligence. For example, say that you were an American living in California, and you watched a fleet of ships sail from California out towards Japan. Well, if somehow you were to catch a plane or what have you and beat America to the Japanese army and then tell them that you saw a fleet of ships leaving, that would be illegal. The same would apply if you were to call the enemy or send them a letter, or for our cases today, make a radio broadcast. Now, obviously, this doesn't really matter when it just comes to the enemy. If a German citizen were to find out information regarding American movements and then told other Germans, they're not an American committing a crime against America. They're just a German, being a German. However, where it does matter is whenever it's an American citizen who does that. And in broadcasts like Axis Sally, Sally would regularly give information regarding American troop movements. If a group of soldiers was wiped out on some battlefield, Axis Sally would report it to all American soldiers across the front lines. This was done again in an effort to demoralize the American soldiers, but it's also a breach of military intelligence. Now, obviously, this wouldn't matter if it was a German citizen reporting it. However, where it gets interesting is that a lot of these broadcasters were American. If an American defected to the enemy or just so happened to be in the country whenever the war started and then willingly helped the enemy, that was seen as an act of treason against the United States. Not really for being mean to the soldiers on the ground, but more so for giving up sensitive information. So therefore, whenever the war was over, American legislators began tracking down people who were responsible for these broadcasts. One of the more famous convictions during this time was Mildred Gillers, who turned out to be the aforementioned Axis Sally. But the more infamous conviction comes from the Pacific Campaign and the American government's hunt for the Japanese broadcaster known as Tokyo Rose. Ava Tagore was born in Los Angeles on, coincidentally, the 4th of July, 1916. Her family was from Japan, and she was the first generation of the family to be born in the United States. From a young age, her parents were so persistent that she adopted the American lifestyle that they forbade her from doing things like learning Japanese or eating with chopsticks. Growing up in Los Angeles, she lived a perfectly normal American lifestyle. She adopted activities like hiking and excelled at sports like tennis while she was in high school. She was also a big fan of American media and had a crush on actor Jimmy Stewart and enjoyed listening to radio shows such as Little Orphan Annie. She excelled at school and graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in zoology in 1940. She had aspirations of continuing her education and becoming a doctor. That was until her aunt back in Japan became very ill. Ava's father always emphasized the importance of family and felt that it was necessary for their family to leave from California and visit their now sick relatives back in Japan. However, during this time, Ava's mother was very sick due to diabetes. Unable to make the journey or leave Ava's mother without care, Ava's father decided that Ava should travel to Japan by herself in order to represent the family and take care of her sick aunt. Ava protested at first, but given her father's insistence, decided to set sail for Japan on July the 5th, 1941, one day after her 25th birthday. The plan was for Ava to spend 1 year there with her relatives before returning home. However, after being there for only a short amount of time, Ava was already sick of it. For one, Ava couldn't speak Japanese, which made living in Japan difficult to begin with. But she also said that people were rude, and she was very unfamiliar with the customs of the region. In one letter to home, she wrote, "I have finally gotten around to eating rice 3 times a day. It's killing me, but what can I do?" Ava's aunt and uncle, who she was staying with, spent most of their time at home, and Ava made the errands for them. Because of this, Ava's aunt and uncle weren't privy to the events happening in the news around that time, and Ava herself, whenever she did go out, couldn't understand anyone or read any newspapers that she saw. Because of this, Ava wasn't aware that Japan was about to enter World War II against the United States. When she did find out in late November of 1941, she scheduled to take the first ship back to the country. She was set to leave on December the 2nd of 1941. However, on the day she was to set sail, there was a problem with her paperwork at the customs office. This delayed her enough that she would have to miss the boat and then take next week's ship back to the country. However, this ship would never set sail because only 5 days later, on December 7th of 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and plunged America and Japan into World War II. Ava was one of about 10,000 Japanese Americans who were trapped in Japan during the war. And as with many of those Japanese Americans, Ava was harassed by Japan's secret police. Something interesting about World War II, and something I'll talk about more in future videos, is it was the first time that intelligence and essentially spy networks were such a major role within any warfare. Like, sure, there had always been spies in wars previous, but advances in technology made it to where messages could be delivered much more quickly and from over distance, and because of that, everyone was suspect. So as you can imagine, American citizens who were in Japan were under a lot of scrutiny. As a matter of fact, several of them were forced to leave their home and live in housing projects so that the government could keep an eye on them. When Ava was confronted by the secret police, they demanded that she renounce her U.S. citizenship. Ava refused and said that she would rather be thrown into the housing with the other foreigners. The police wouldn't do this because she was ethnically Japanese, and also because she was a woman, and most of the people who were thrown into these projects were men. However, shortly after this, Ava's aunt and uncle kicked her out for not renouncing her American citizenship. So, trusting government agents over bloodlines. I'm sure history will look kindly on them for that. On top of that, because she wouldn't deny her U.S. citizenship, she was denied a food ration card. So now homeless, with no way to get food in a country that she didn't speak the language of, Ava needed a job. And she got that job at the Domi News Agency, where her job was to listen to American news broadcasts and write down whatever was being said. It was during this time that she lost connection to her family. Unbeknownst to her at the time, her family had been moved to Japanese internment camps in Arizona, which, for those of you that don't know, during the war, the American government set up internment camps where they took anyone on the West Coast who was Japanese and then rounded them up and placed them into these massive camp facilities. I wonder where they got that idea from. It was during this time, while completely cut off from her family back home and in Japan, that she made a friend in someone by the name of Felipe D'Aquino. Felipe was in a similar situation. While ethnically Japanese, he was a Portuguese citizen who just got stuck in Japan whenever the war began. The two were both strangers in a foreign land who seemed to find friendship in each other. So much so that whenever Ava was hospitalized due to malnutrition, most likely because she was working for pennies and only ate when she could, Felipe paid her hospital bills. Ava hated owing anyone money, so despite Felipe's protest, Ava took on a second job in order to start paying him back. This job was at a place known as Radio Tokyo. Radio Tokyo had recently launched a propaganda campaign in which generals would write scripts to be spoken in English that were meant to be heard by American soldiers. Ava's job was to type out scripts that were written by Japanese government officials, and then that would be passed on to a radio operator who would speak them for American soldiers. It was during this time that Ava met a man by the name of Major Charles Cousins. Charles was an Australian major who was captured during one of the early battles of World War II. Before the war, Charles was a famous radio personality in Sydney, Australia. So, instead of being held in a Japanese prison or executed, the government decided that he could be beneficial. They made him work at Radio Tokyo, where he was to write out scripts that would be engaging for American listeners, and then they would come through and sprinkle their propaganda into those messages. Initially, Charles was there more so just to proofread the scripts before they went on to be broadcasted. However, Charles began to complain that there were so many grammatical errors in what the Japanese wanted him to write that it would make more sense if he just wrote the words himself. The government eventually relented and allowed Charles to begin writing his own scripts. However, of course, they would be read over by the Japanese before it was aired. The name of the show was 0 Hour, and it was to be a combination of news broadcast and music from the United States, as well as several messages to generally make the troops sad. However, as you could imagine, Major Charles was not a fan of the Japanese, considering he was a prisoner and all, and he decided that he was going to use 0 Hour to get a stab back at them. See, these Japanese officials weren't great at English and didn't have an understanding of things like American jokes or sarcasm. So Charles decided that he was going to use this script in order to be a help, or pretty much the opposite of what the Japanese officials wanted him to do, and he was going to find himself a radio operator who could get it done. So whenever Charles met Ava, he knew he found his girl. Ava not only understood American speech patterns and jokes, but she also had a distrust and hatred for the Japanese government. So 0 Hour began, and to the Japanese, it was a major hit to American forces, while to the Americans, it was a fun radio show. It's interesting how Charles and Ava got away with doing the things that they did, because it all has to do with cultural misunderstanding. Like, for example, one of the only negative things that Ava ever did in her broadcast was refer to the American Marines as boneheads. Now, to the Japanese officials, this was explained as being a direct insult, which was good for them. But if you ask any Marine, even today, they do not mind a pretty woman calling them a bonehead. The majority of the music that Charles selected for the program wasn't even American in order to make them homesick. Instead, it was music from Britain and Australia. And whenever they did play American music, it was music like Strike Up the Band, which was the song of Ava's alma mater, UCLA. These songs were chosen because they were inspiring or encouraged soldiers to keep fighting, not to make them sad. She would do things in the program like call the Americans her friend, before catching herself and calling them enemies.
Greetings, everybody. This is your number one enemy, your favorite playmate, Orphan Ann of Radio Tokyo, the little sunbeam whose throat you'd like to touch. We're ready again for a vicious assault on your morale. 75 minutes of music and news for our friends, I mean our enemies in the South Pacific.
She would go as far as to openly warn the Americans, be careful whenever you're listening to this radio channel, as there's dangerous propaganda. Ava only spoke for about 20 minutes of the hour-long radio show, and less than 10% of people who were asked said they felt any bit of demoralization from any part of the entire hour-long show because of the effect that Ava had. One soldier who was interviewed even remarked, "Lots of us felt that she was on our side the whole time." Japanese officials said all of the radio hosts needed to give themselves an American name while on the air, so she gave herself the name of the show she loved back at home, Little Orphan Anne.
This is Orphan Anne, addressing the voice of South Pacific for Radio Tokyo.
Which some American soldiers correctly guessed that she was American because she knew about the show that they had also grown up with. She would also refer to the American soldiers as orphans, which again is one of those moments where the Japanese thought it was a diss and the Americans found it endearing. Because whenever she was speaking about the American soldiers, she would refer to them and herself as us orphans. She would even pretend to have broken English and start off some shows by saying things like, "The show, you are the liking, please," before laughing and then speaking normally. All in all, Ava helped American spirits a lot more than she hurt it. And to this day, many see her as a soldier who was fighting for the United States behind enemy lines. However, that fight became more difficult as time went on. In 1944, Major Charles became ill and had to leave his job at the radio show. I say job, it was really like, a forced position, but you get the point. And during this time, the Japanese officials decided that it would be best if they took over writing for the show again. Ava stalled on this as long as she could by taking the Major's old scripts and rewording them a little bit, and then just doing them again. However, when the Japanese officials started suggesting that they write new ones altogether, she started playing hooky from the broadcast. She managed to keep this up for several months by only coming in sometimes and saying she's sick other times or couldn't make it to work. It was during this time that she married her friend Felipe in 1945. And shortly after that, America dropped the nuclear bombs on Japan and they quit caring about their radio propaganda programs. All in all, Ava had been broadcasting for over 3 years through 340 different episodes of Zero Hour. And as mentioned earlier, once the war was over, American officials began trying to find these supposed broadcasts. And in the military's investigation, the one where they polled people who listened to Zero Hour, as well as people who listened to this Tokyo Rose in general, they came to the conclusion that Tokyo Rose didn't exist. And that's because she didn't exist. The reason I never mentioned Tokyo Rose while talking about Ava's broadcast is because that's never a name that she or anyone else used. Tokyo Rose was a name that the American troops would give to any woman on the radio who spoke to them in English. In the exact same way that Germans were called Jerry, or during the Civil War, Northerners were called Billy Yank and Southerners were called Johnny Reb. The investigation found that Tokyo Rose was just a pseudonym that was broadly given to several people. However, this answer was not suitable for journalists. Back in the US, there were all these stories of a Tokyo Rose, and people who were not in the war just assumed that there was an individual by the name of Tokyo Rose. 2 reporters, Henry Brundage and Clark Lee, traveled to Japan in order to find this supposed Tokyo Rose. They eventually made it to Radio Tokyo and asked one of Ava's co-workers, who pointed out Ava as being the one and only Tokyo Rose. When Ava was approached by these reporters, she vehemently denied this, although they wouldn't let up. After word got out that Ava was the supposed Tokyo Rose, there was a media frenzy. Dozens of reporters tried to talk to her, and American soldiers who were now in Japan would continuously ask for her autograph.
Could you tell me where to buy kimono? Kimono.
Maybe I can help you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
There's a department store 2 blocks to your left and 1 block to your right. I'm sure you'll be able to buy anything Japanese there.
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir.
You sound very vaguely familiar to me.
Well, you may have picked up the voice aboard ship.
Aboard ship? Oh, I know. Radio?
Yes, Tokyo Rose.
Oh, thank you, Miss Rose.
You're welcome,
Radio Tokyo.
While she later said she found the American soldiers endearing, she didn't like the idea of officially calling herself Tokyo Rose in any capacity. Again, as she knew, there wasn't even a Tokyo Rose to begin with. Eventually, the two reporters Henry and Clark offered her $2,000 to do an interview. Felipe encouraged Ava to take this deal for two reasons. For one, they didn't have a whole lot of money. Some reports say that Ava was making as little as 150 yen a month while working at Radio Tokyo, or in other words, about $7 US. And two, Felipe felt that maybe doing this interview would get all the other journalists off their back. So Ava sat down to do an interview with the two of them, and then they had her sign a piece of paper that stated that she was definitively the Tokyo Rose.
Well, I suppose you GIs would like to know a little bit about me. Well, I was born in the city of Los Angeles and went to the University of California at Los Angeles, graduating in the year 1941. I left the United States in July of 1941 to visit a sick aunt, my mother's only living sister here in Japan.
Now again, Ava, who had yet to return to the U.S., did not know that this was signing her arrest warrant. See, she just figured this whole Tokyo Rose thing was a sort of celebrity fanfare, at least with the way the soldiers had been treating her.
Well, we know you in the Navy as Tokyo Rose. I wonder, could you tell us a little bit more about you?
Well, there isn't so terribly much to tell about me.
Well, where do you come from?
I come from Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles. How old are you?
29.
29. How long have you been in Tokyo?
4 years.
I see. Well, I suppose you're happy that the war is over for the Japanese and the Americans as well.
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, that's swell. Thank you very much, Tokyo Rose.
You're welcome.
She did not know that the American State Department was trying to hunt down this supposed propaganda traitor. So, shortly after this interview, on August the 17th of 1945, Ava was arrested in Japan. She was put in Sugamo prison and kept in a 9-foot by 6-foot cell. She was treated quite brutally there. For example, she was only allowed to wash once every 3 days, and the area she was washing in was open to public view because they wanted people to be able to come and see the now naked Tokyo Rose. To some, Tokyo Rose was seen as a sort of sex icon, so now it was an advertisement that they could come see her in the flesh. She was not allowed to sleep at night until she finished signing autographs for people who came to visit her, and she was only allowed to see her husband Felipe for 20 minutes once every month. However, it was during this time that America was doing its aforementioned investigation into Tokyo Rose and determined that Tokyo Rose didn't exist, and if she did, Ava wasn't a problem. So on October the 25th of 1946, Ava was released from the Japanese prison. Shortly after this, in 1947, Ava became pregnant with her and Felipe's child. She decided that she wanted her child to be born in the United States, and as you could imagine, she was pretty tired of Japan. Because of this, she applied for her and Felipe to travel to the United States. Whenever the American media got wind that Tokyo Rose was trying to re-enter into the United States, they had a frenzy. One of which was Walter Winchell, a news reporter who said that it was a travesty that a traitor to the United States would be allowed back into the country unless it were in chains. The media managed to get people fired up, and eventually it became a social outcry that this traitor of the country should be tried for her crimes. This, as you can imagine, didn't allow Ava to return to the United States, and her son was born in January of 1948, however he died a day later. On August the 28th of 1948, Ava was arrested and brought to the United States to stand trial. This was in spite of the Assistant Attorney General who ran the original trial or investigation against Ava, who said, quote, "Her on-air activity consisted of nothing more than the announcing of music selections."
She was picked out by Major Cousins when he was told to design a disc jockey type program. And the next thing that happened to her were Radio Tokyo personnel coming down to her and telling her to go to a certain place and read a script and be auditioned. She wasn't asked if she wanted to do it. She was told to do it. And she did.
The Army investigators felt they had no case to make against Iva, and she was released. She wanted nothing more than to return to her father in America. Her mother had died in an American internment camp in Arizona.
Despite this, her trial began on July the 5th of 1949, one day after her 33rd birthday, in which she was charged with 8 counts of treason. The trial was a media storm, as you could imagine, and the majority of the reporters who were reporting on the case said that it would probably end up with an acquittal. That was because every witness who was brought forward, which the witnesses were American soldiers, said that they loved Ava's show and that it did nothing but boost their morale. By the end of the trial, it was a hung jury. However, the judge, Michael Roche, said that they need to come up with a guilty or not guilty verdict. Michael Roche later admitted that he thought Ava was guilty before the trial even began, showing that he entered the trial with bias. The only witnesses that said anything against Ava were people who were brought from Japan in order to testify against her, and those witnesses later said that it was implied to them by government officials that if Ava isn't convicted, then they're probably going to be put on trial next. Because of all of this shuttling people from Japan to the United States, the trial cost around $750,000, making it the most expensive in U.S. history at that time. So whenever the jury was hung, the judge supposedly said a line around, "We're not spending over $500,000 just to get a hung verdict." So because of this, the pressured jury eventually decided that she was guilty on one count of treason. This makes Ava the 7th person in American history to be convicted of treason. And on October the 6th of 1949, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Ava remarked that she didn't care about the sentencing because to herself, she knew that she wasn't a traitor. She was held at the Reformatory for Women in Alderson, West Virginia. However, she was released for good behavior on January the 28th of 1956, only serving 6 years and 2 months of her sentence, although that was 6 years and 2 months too many. Now, during this time, a ton of different people were trying to get an official pardon for Ava. As you can imagine, there were a bunch of people who supported her and felt that the government had done her wrong. They petitioned to people like President Eisenhower and at the time director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, which if you don't know how I feel about him, watch my MLK video. However, no one would grant her that pardon. Also, for 2 years after she was released from prison, the State Department tried to get her deported. Her lawyers fought them off, but even after sending the 6 years and all the people trying to get her a presidential pardon, the government was still trying to kick her out of the country. Eventually, in 1976, 60 Minutes ran a special about Ava in which she was interviewed.
The Japanese used Tokyo Rose to demoralize American fighting men, and Americans who gave her her name used her as a symbol of everything Oriental and evil. But that was another time, more than 30 years ago, when it was all right to be racist about your enemies. After the war, a woman was identified as Tokyo Rose. She was tried and sent to prison. Who was she, and whatever happened to her? And there's a move afoot to obtain a presidential pardon. She maintains that she was framed, a victim of the time.
Who did you want to win the war? There's no question about that. I wanted the United States to win. I mean, there was no question about it. I mean, what would I know about Japan? The only country I knew was the United States. I'd only been in Japan a few months.
This showed that there was no Tokyo Rose and Ava was falsely imprisoned for crimes she didn't commit. And due to public outcry, because that's the only reason anything good in government ever happens, Gerald Ford, in one of his last acts as president, officially pardoned Ava, making Ava Tagore the only person in American history to be pardoned of treason. However, Ava continued to suffer regardless. Her husband Felipe was barred from entering the United States after the trial of Ava, and despite many petitions and protests, Felipe was not allowed into the United States. And regretfully, in order for the two to move on with their lives, they were divorced in 1980, meaning that after the trial, Ava and Felipe never saw each other again. After this, Ava lived a quiet life with her remaining family in Chicago, Illinois. She lived a quiet life, and those around her later testified that she was a very peaceful and pleasant woman who frequently enjoyed things like quilting and listening to music at the Chicago Opera. When asked about the pardon, she felt that it was a vindication from something that she was never guilty of. Which, by the way, that one count of treason that they did get her on was because in 1944 she said that some ships had sunk in the Battle of Leyte. Now, this was a very large naval battle, and it was common knowledge that yes, ships had sunk during a naval battle, and while she was never even specific if they were Japanese or American, and both had been sunk that day, at the trial they said that she was probably referring to American, and that discretion was enough to sentence her to 10 years. Despite the ridiculousness of all this, Ava never seemed bitter later in life, and lived out the rest of her life with her family until she died of natural causes in September of 2006. When she died, the newspapers reported that the infamous Tokyo Rose had passed away, which was in itself another false accusation of treason, and the only treason that Ava ever knew was that her country committed against her. And with that, we have the tragic story of the real Tokyo Rose. Wasn't that happy and uplifting? I know stories like this can be depressing, but one of the reasons that I like making videos like this is that I feel these stories deserve to be remembered, and people like Ava deserve to be talked about. But none of that matters because you made it this far, so hopefully you feel the same way, and I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I came across this while doing research into a much larger World War II project that I've continuously hinted at in several of the past videos, and I felt like this deserved its own story. And I may do this with some more stories that I come across while I'm going through all of these radio broadcasts and newspapers and what have you. And I thought it's interesting, and hopefully you did too. So thank you so much to everyone for watching. Thank you to my subscribers, 1.27 million. I really can't believe it. You all are too good to me, and I appreciate it. Thank you for getting me to this point. Thank you for my ex-patrons who managed to boost me up to get me to this point. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and it really does mean a lot. So I'm going to get back to work. I'm going to edit this and get it out. Like I said, there are also going to be other big videos coming out soon. Thank you for letting me talk about all my weird, crazy history stuff like this in Fordlandia. It means a lot that if you're sticking around watching, you're supporting me, that I can continue to do this stuff. And thank you for enabling my bad habit. I really appreciate it. But for now, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Started playing Raid yet, then use my QR code or link in the description to get started now. Because with it, you'll get insane bonuses like the Epic Champion Knight Errant. And if you see me in-game at Wendigoon OG, feel free to join my clan. As a storyteller, it means a lot to see the world of Raid expanding in this way, and hopefully you enjoy it at least half as much as I do. Again, if you're interested, scan the QR code or go to the link in the description to get Raid today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Raid for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. QR code and link in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So the history of Japanese warfare and the Japanese government that led up to the creation of Unit 731 is pretty extensive, but I want to keep it to what's relevant to the events of World War II. To set the stage, in 1925, the Geneva Convention banned the use of biological and chemical weapons. This was done because during World War I, one of the most brutal parts of trench warfare was the use of chemical weapons. And while this treaty deterred several nations from using it altogether, not every nation was in agreement with the Geneva Convention, one of these being Imperial Japan. Now, as you're going to see in a moment, Imperial Japan was not one to shy away from brutality. And as it related to chemical and biological weapons, them being banned didn't mean they weren't going to use them, it just meant they were going to be very careful about how they used them. And during the 1930s, Japanese researchers began to dig into the possibilities of biological warfare. To make sure we're all on the same page, by biological warfare in this context, I'm referring to things like weaponizing diseases, or using infections as a battle implement. The issue with this was, or at least the issue from the Japanese government's perspective, is it's hard to test the feasibility or practicality of biological weapons if you don't have a population or group of people to test said weapons on. Also during the 1930s, Japan began to attack the mainland of China. At this time in history, China was really struggling to reach the modern age, at least technologically, and a lot of their defensive forces were made up of small communities and bands of soldiers, whereas in opposition to them, Japan had an incredibly strong military force. So most of the conquest of China is called a conquest because the Chinese would try to put up the best fight they could but would just keep getting destroyed by the Japanese government at every turn. So we see all these pieces moving on the board. Japan is interested in biological and chemical warfare, and they're starting to make headway into the Chinese mainland. And again, this is all like a decade before World War II would even begin. Around this time, the Japanese Surgeon General named Shiro Ishii came forward and said that Japan needs to make headway into biological warfare because everyone could tell a war was on the horizon, and if Japan doesn't get to it first, then one of the other powers, like the United States, might beat them to it. The Japanese government, being in agreement at this concept of a biological arms race, in 1932 appointed Ishii as the head of the Army Epidemic Prevention Research Laboratory. Publicly, the purpose of this laboratory was to investigate cures for illnesses and diseases that could befall a military force, when in actuality, they were trying to find new ways to make illness befall a military force. This group also had a division within part of the Japanese-controlled area of China. The unit there in China was known as the Togo Unit and was a part of this biological warfare initiative. Something else to keep in mind whenever we talk about this. So at this point in history, Imperial Japan was especially prejudiced against anything that wasn't Imperial Japan. A lot of the ideas that were made manifest through these experiments and Japan's actions in World War II come from a cultural sense of superiority. As a matter of fact, a superiority that's so strong, it justifies taking over and controlling everyone else. Because of that, several members of the Japanese government and military saw anyone who opposed them as less than human, or at least less than Japanese. And if you'll remember what I mentioned earlier, it's hard to test biological weapons without test subjects. So the Togo unit decided early on that the perfect way to test these new weapons and ideas was with residents of mainland China. Initially, this research was carried out at a location known as the Zongma Fortress. The fortress was an old castle-like structure that was built in Manchuria, China, and was repurposed for the Togo unit's needs. The early experiments at the Zongma Fortress typically consisted of bringing in civilians from mainland China and throwing them in the various rooms of the fortress that were converted into prison cells. Inside of these cells, initially, the subjects would be fed well and kept up to good health, and then at that point, the experimentation could begin. Taking these now healthy test subjects, the researchers would then do things like slowly bleed them out over the course of several days, or dehydrate or starve them to see what the effects of the body would be and how long the subject could survive. Again, this was all done in the name of better understanding the limits of the human body. During the course of these tests, they would also be subjected to various diseases like the bubonic plague, and at various stages of infection, the subjects would be vivisected, or a live dissection, most often while the subject was still conscious. This was done to see firsthand what the effects of certain diseases do to someone's internal system. These experiments would pale in comparison to what this group of researchers would go on to do. Things were kind of tenuous at the Zongma Fortress. Again, at this point, it's a group of researchers, not soldiers, who are doing this. And while a part of the Japanese government, it isn't a one-to-one with the Japanese military. So because of that, there were a few accidents that occurred at the facility. In 1934, there was a prison break, and a bunch of the prisoners escaped out into the Chinese countryside. In 1935, there was an explosion, and a large part of the fortress was burnt. But in spite of these incidents, the Japanese government liked the concept of these new means of warfare. So in 1936, the Japanese government gave them more funding and more access to military reserves, which not only included a lot of money, but things like Japanese soldiers for guard duty, or Japanese prisoners for experimentation. When Shiro Ishii's group, which again at the time all of this was referred to as the Army Epidemic Prevention Research Laboratory, whenever that group was brought into the Japanese government, it was renamed by Hirohito as the Epidemic Prevention and Water Purification Department. So again, a word to imply to the public that the group's entire purpose is to make sure that everyone's safe. It was at this point that Ishii's group was officially given the designation of Unit 731. The group then focused all of their efforts into China because, again, that's where most of the test subjects were coming from. But instead of going back to the Zongma Fortress, they now went to a brand new Japanese military research facility. This facility was a massive complex that had over 150 buildings and encompassed over 2 square miles. One of the fascinating things to note about the structure of the building is there was this large welcome center or area that supposedly anyone who enters the complex has to go through, but that was actually a fake building that was just done for publicity purposes, because in actuality there was an underground tunnel that they would shuttle prisoners in and out of outside of the public view. So not only was the name and purpose of the facility a lie, but the actual structure and some of the buildings of the facility were a lie as well, as the majority of experiments took place in these underground tunnels and cells. Now, into the late 30s, as Japan began to take over more of China, there were other facilities that began to pop up that were also a part of Unit 731, but the primary experiments and travesties that happened took place at this large facility located near Pingfang. And by 1939, Unit 731 consisted of over 10,000 individuals. Now, not all of these 10,000 members were a part of human experimentation. You gotta understand, Unit 731 is encompassing the way diseases could be treated, how diseases may be made manifest, and a lot of the experiments that were happening at these other facilities might have been legitimate or had some purpose other than torture. But as far as the events that happened at the primary facility we talked about, those were all pretty evil. The excuse for this as to why they bring in so many Chinese prisoners and exist out here in the middle of the woods away from public eyes is that they were a part of lumber production. So the code name given to experiments that had to do with human experimentation was called Maruta, because Maruta is Japanese for logs. And it was kind of an in-joke in the facility that instead of referring to the prisoners and subjects as prisoners and subjects, they would be called logs. Like, for example, how many logs were cut down today? Or do the logs look healthy? This whole code word thing would keep up through a lot of Unit 731's research. For example, several of the researchers who performed the experiments on prisoners firsthand would publish their findings, but they would publish them saying that it was a long-tailed primate that they did it to, or in some instances even referring to these subjects as Manchurian monkeys. Again, the Japanese government knew what was happening, but the rest of the world didn't, and the Japanese government would prefer to keep it that way. A lot of the numbers vary, considering several researchers probably came and went during the height of World War II whenever these experiments were at their worst, but at least one point, Unit 731 had about 300 researchers as a part of the Maruta or human experiments at this primary facility. So, what kind of experiments were happening here at this primary facility of Unit 731 that I have been trying to put off talking about and talking about all the other aspects of it so I don't have to get to it? And why is it regarded by many to be the worst example of human experimentation, or by some, the worst example of government action against a population ever? So I guess I need to talk about that now. And this is your final warning. Click off if you don't want to hear about it, and I don't blame you. So let's start with how the prisoners got to the facility in the first place. As mentioned, the majority of the subjects were people from the Chinese mainland, while the majority of these to the front of the facility in a vehicle that had no windows, so that if there ever was an escape or if they were ever let out for whatever reason, they couldn't testify where the facility is even located. And then once they got to the facility, they were bagged and taken to the aforementioned underground tunnels. From there, they were placed into an underground cell. Most of them on their way in would be given a vaccine for their own health upon entry, when in actuality they were being injected with various diseases, and the disease would change based on whatever study the researchers were currently carrying out. Exact estimates of how many people were taken prisoner are kind of nebulous. On the most conservative end of the spectrum, it's about 3,000, but that number could be as high as 30 or 40,000 people who were actually taken to the facility. However many the true number might be, no one ever survived the Unit 731 experiments. The reason no one's sure how many died in the first place, and it took so long for this information to come out, is because no one that ever walked into that building ever walked back out. So what happened to these prisoners? Well, the thing I mentioned that happened at the Togo facility, the stuff about them being made healthy just so they could be bled out and dehydrated, that was still happening, but that was the least of the prisoners' worries. The average lifespan of a prisoner at Unit 731 was about 2 months. If you were lucky, then you were killed quickly in one of the conventional weapon experiments. These experiments were exactly what they sound like. They would take several of the prisoners and place them in a courtyard. One of the things they would do is they would place people in rings at various distances from each other and then throw a hand grenade in the middle to see what lethality the grenade had out to these different rings of people. They would set people on fire with flamethrowers and see how long it took them to burn up. They would line up people in a straight row and then shoot them with rifles and pistols to see the penetration capability. They would sharpen bladed weapons to various degrees to see how sharp a knife needed to be to fully cut through somebody. And of course, as mentioned, this was all done to participants who were fully awake and conscious of the death they experienced. And again, that's if you were lucky. If you were unlucky, then you were a part of the disease trials. So the disease trials were similar to the things mentioned in the Togo unit, where they would infect people with things like the plague and then dissect them while they're alive to see the various stages of infection within the body. But they had been doing the bubonic plague research for years at this point. Again, the time period we're talking about now is generally like 1940, 1941. So the plague research has moved on to much larger demographics. Again, a lot of the records of Unit 731 were destroyed at the end of the war, but from what we know, there was at least 12 field tests of things like the bubonic plague, and 11 of them took place in Chinese cities. So Unit 731 researchers would deposit plague-infected fleas into the middle of a Chinese populace or infect their wells and homes with things like typhoid. And then these researchers would watch from a distance and then walk through these decayed cities in their sterile garbs, recording the number of casualties. At the very least, tens of thousands of people died immediately from these large-scale weapon tests. Entire countrysides of people were destroyed by infected fleas that were simply thrown out in a clay pot. Back at the facility, the feasibility of chemical and biological weapons was being tested as well. They would have prisoners stand out in fields wearing different layers of protection, from completely naked to normal clothes, to gas masks and what have you, and then they would just bombard them with things like mustard gas or sulfur gas and see how long it takes them to die at whatever stage of protection they're in. Another thing that the researchers were interested in was weaponizing venereal diseases. So to do this, they purposefully infected a bunch of people with STDs. However, the injections of the STDs tended to not take properly, so as an alternative, male and female prisoners were led into cells and then at gunpoint forced to transfer the diseases. And as mentioned previously, at various stages of the disease's progression, the individual would be vivisected to see what it's doing to the body. And even all of that is within the realm of feasibility. As evil, as depraved, as monstrous as it is, you can wrap your head around the concept of, okay, well, if someone really, really believed that the people they were torturing aren't really people, and that this is all for the greater good, you can see a purpose, to them at least, they can see a purpose at the end of the tunnel as to why they're doing this, right? Well, that's before we get into what I can only describe as Machiavellian torture methods. Because sure, they're wanting to use new diseases in the war, so they gotta test those, right? But some of the other stuff they did was simply no other explanation than depravity, or at least none other than I can think of. So to just read off a few of the things that happened at Unit 731, and again, these are things that records were not destroyed of, and people would later confess to. So if it's possible, it is very likely that worse stuff than this happened as well. People were cut open while alive and had various organs removed before they were stitched back up to just see what would happen. So for example, cutting out someone's lower GI tract to see how long it takes them to die from that, taking out someone's stomach and attaching their gut to their throat to see what that does. People had their limbs cut off, in some cases to visualize how long it took for someone to bleed out, but in other cases, they would saw off both arms and then switch the shoulder that the arm was attached to just to see if the body could reattach it. People were placed inside of low pressure chambers and the pressure cranked up to see how long it took for things like their eyes to fly out or their chest to implode. People were hung upside down by ropes tied to their ankles to see how long it took them to die from blood pressure to the head. People had very large and heavy objects like crates and rocks dropped on them to see how much force it took to kill someone from being crushed. People were placed inside of centrifuges and the speed ramped up until they were dead to see how much G-force it took to kill someone. And as depressing as it is, I should also mention the fact that they determined that children had a lower tolerance to it than adults. People were given intravenous injections of things like horse blood and seawater, again, just to see what would happen. People had their limbs placed in very cold buckets of water until their limbs were removed, and according to researchers, it felt and sounded as if it was wood, and then the limb would either be crushed to see what the damage of a frozen limb that becomes injured might be. They were set on fire to see if anything could be recovered from that. They tested various ways to warm someone back up after they were frozen to that degree. According to Ishii himself, again the lead researcher, they did various experiments where they took babies that were under a month old and placed them in freezing water and freezing elements just to see how long it took them to die of hypothermia. I'm going to read this next one from an excerpt from Hal Gold. He wrote a book called Japan's Infamous Unit 731, which is a book breaking down this whole topic. And Hal says in one portion, "It was said that a small number of these poor men, women, and children who became Marudas were also mummified alive in total dehydration experiments. They sweated themselves to death under the heat of several hot, dry fans. At death, the corpses would weigh only about a fifth of their normal body weight. And in some cases, they would just decapitate people and take notes about it. It really is bizarre the level of insanity this entails. Like, not only is it evil, but it's also so dumb, right? Like, if you just cut someone's head off, what are you even studying? Like I said, you know, of course it's evil. I'm not saying obviously that any of it was better than the others, but when a military tests a weapon, as evil as it is, you could think to yourself, okay, I understand why they did that, but some of these things, just like mummifying people, shattering their frozen limbs, leaving babies out to die, like, it's a strange debauchery. There's all these stories we hear about that, like when Rome fell, there were these big swinger parties and everyone would get high until they were dead, right? And a similar thing happened at the end of World War II in places like Nazi Germany. It's like they were like rapping on the gates of death, just going to go out in a blaze of glory. But this was a group of scientists who did it for a couple decades. Like, how, or at least the intensity of it for 5 years, right? Like, we don't even have the excuse that they were about to die or they thought they were just going to bust hell wide open. Like, it was just a continuous, thought out evil with seemingly no purpose that was signed off by members of governments, military, and the scientific community. And that's what makes it so terrifying. Perhaps the worst fate of anyone in Unit 731, or I'll say definitely the worst fate, was of the pregnancy studies. So as mentioned, the average lifespan of someone in Unit 731 was about 2 months. That number is skewed a bit because a lot of people who got there were killed within the first week, things like the weapon testing. The reason that the average comes out to 2 months is because several of the studies were women who were, similar to the STDs, forcefully impregnated by either another prisoner at gunpoint or by one of the guards themselves. Similar to the other diseases, a lot of them were dissected while alive at various points in their pregnancy just so they could look at how the fetus was developing. And in other cases, the women were effectively used as a breeding stock so that the researchers could have a fresh batch of infants for several of their tests, like the hypothermia test as mentioned earlier. And you know what gets me about it? Like, I've looked at so many disturbing things. As a matter of fact, I knew a lot about Unit 731. because I covered it on the disturbing movie Iceberg. There is a film that I should have looked up before I started recording. There's two of them. There's Philosophy of a Knife, which I talked about in the disturbing movie Iceberg, and Men Behind the Sun. Both of them go into graphic detail about what happened at Unit 731. So I had seen those, so I'm like, wow, I already knew that, you know, the Japanese government did all of these evil things to these people. And I, you know, knew about the Frozen trials, knew about the chemical weapon trials, even things like the pregnancy experiments. So, like, I knew all of that going into research for this. But the part that threw me off, that I wasn't expecting that I would see, actually, believe it or not, came from Wikipedia. Typically, Wikipedia is a horrible source to get information from because people can just change stuff, and sometimes they just flat out make it up. But whenever I was brushing up for this, I decided I'd look at Wikipedia to see how they had it laid out. And they had an account that I hadn't read anywhere before that kind of stopped me in my tracks. There's at least one recorded instance of friendly social interaction between prisoners and Unit 731 staff. Technician Naokota Ishibashi interacted with two female prisoners. One prisoner was a 21-year-old Chinese woman, the other a Soviet girl who was 19 years of age. Ishibashi asked where she came from and learned that she was from Ukraine. The two prisoners told Ishibashi that they had not seen their faces in a mirror since being captured and begged him to get one. Ishibashi sneaked a mirror to them through a hole in the cell door. And that bothers me so much more than a lot of the other information I read. And the reason for that is because, again, I'm pretty desensitized to just brutality, right? Like the number of historical stories I read about that has to do with people getting, you know, skinned alive, or, you know, brutal executions. Like that's just history, right? It's bloody, it's brutal, evil's always existed. But as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, it is a lot easier to throw a label of ignorance on top of everything, right? Like, we take it for granted in the modern age because everyone's hyper connected by the internet, right? Like what you're watching this video on right now. And it's really easy for us to take human connection for granted. To just say, well, of course, I know that this other group of people is of equal worth as myself because I talk to them. I know several of them. I experience it. And it's easy to go in with that mindset and look at history and be like, oh, well, yeah, I could see how the Imperial Japanese would, you know, be so tricked by their government because they just weren't as educated. They weren't as enlightened as we were, right? So it's easier to read stories about things like Unit 731 if you kind of turn your brain off and you're like, this was a group of people who just didn't see the others as human, and that's why these tragedies were allowed to happen. But then I read the story of a guard who saw two girls, young women, who wanted to remember what they looked like, and he recognized that they needed to feel something, that they needed to have that. So he broke rules and snuck them a mirror. And it made me cold. Because then it's not just a person who let themselves get tricked and convinced themselves that they were dealing with cattle, right? Even, which if these experiments were done with animals, I think we'd all still agree that it's evil and terrible. But maybe that was his mindset, right? That he's just dealing with animals. But to read that he took pity on a girl who two girls who wanted to remember what they looked like terrified me, because at least some of them were fully aware that these people were suffering and that was wrong. Not just that they were suffering and this was for the greater good, but that they were suffering and something should be done. And in spite of that, it kept happening. It was such a powerful force of government and people and the greater good that these tragedies kept going on, and the people who participated were well aware of the pain they were inflicting and didn't stop it. And that is so much worse than a group of people who were just following their orders and turned off their ears. This guy still had ears, he was still listening, and he kept following those orders. Along that same note of kind of the illusion of us versus them fading, there was one, I believe he was a guard there. Some said guard, some said he was like a research assistant. Someone who wasn't a high-ranking researcher named Yoshio Sudo, who got infected with the plague while he was there because, you know, everyone's dealing with these volatile diseases, so one of the workers gets infected. So they cut that guy open. Like, I guess they figured, well, he's a test subject now, we're not going to let him go to waste. Who cares if he's Japanese? And they sliced him open too. It's interesting, while kind of the Japanese government's idea was, well, we're more important than they are, so they can suffer. But we see these glimpses of the Japanese who are infected being treated the same as everyone else who's infected, and also the Japanese recognizing that these people have emotions and feelings, and it makes the situation so much more scary in the end. And I think one of the reasons it is so scary is because, again, we read a lot of stories like this, and it's comforting to think, oh, well, if they just knew better, right? Like, oh, well, maybe if they didn't have to struggle for resources as much, or maybe if they were allowed to experience humanity from this other side that they seem to hate so much, maybe then, you know, they wouldn't have had to do the awful things they did, right? It's easier to read a lot of history that way. But you see instances like that, and it's dreadful, the idea that, sure, they had all that, it didn't change anything. Near the end of World War II, the Japanese government got desperate and decided to rely on Unit 731 for some kind of drastic measure against the United States. So, using the bubonic plague research that the Japanese had figured out, again by testing it on residents of China, the Japanese government put together a plan called Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night. The plan for this was to release the bubonic plague on San Francisco, and the attack was scheduled to take place on September the 22nd of 1945. But this plan never came to fruition because just over a month before September 22nd, America dropped the atomic bombs on Japan and ended the war. In these final days of the war, the members of Unit 731 realized that the war courts would not err in their favor and decided to destroy whatever evidence they could. And of course, this evidence began with the prisoners, who were forced to either ingest poison or be shot before the facility itself was set on fire and most of the documents and research destroyed. And as mentioned, no one who ever entered Unit 731 as a prisoner ever walked out. When Douglas MacArthur came to Japan after the war was over, he immediately heard whispers of things like human experimentation. After tracking down Ishii and the other leaders of Unit 731, they confessed that some degree of human experimentation took place, but wouldn't give MacArthur specific details. MacArthur threatened that if the remnants of 731 don't comply with the United States, then the United States would allow the Russians to judge the members of Unit 731. And I don't know if you know this, but especially right after World War II, you much wanted to be in a United States tribunal than a Russian tribunal, because Americans typically ended with prison sentences and Russians ended with rope. So a deal was struck between MacArthur and the head researchers of Unit 731 that said if the researchers of 731 turned over all of their data to the United States, then they would be given full immunity. And of course, both sides agreed to that deal. Now, a couple things. The reason this deal was done is because, one, and most importantly, America was afraid of what might happen if the Russians, who shortly after World War II began the Cold War and all of that, or the Cold War began between the United States and Russia, I should say, America was afraid of what would happen if the Russians got their hand on all of that information. So it was more so done not so America could have biological weapons. I mean, we're not dropping plagues on populated cities, at least. That's what they want you to think. But really, it wasn't so much that we could have the information as much as we didn't want the Russians to have the information. And the other reason that the deal was taken is because, not really that I think it would have changed anything, but most of the details of what happened weren't known until decades after World War II ended. Like most of the stuff I read about came out in confessions in the 70s and 80s. And while MacArthur knew that there was some level of human experimentation, I mean, the data he was handed talked about how long it took for the researchers to witness someone dying of hypothermia, right? Like, he couldn't have been totally dumb to it, but at least the brutality and methods of it, they probably weren't aware of at the time. Not that I think that would have stopped them from it, but maybe they wouldn't have given full immunity. Maybe I just like to think they wouldn't have given them full immunity if they knew the full extent, but whatever, it still happened. Now keep in mind, to the public at that time, none of this had ever happened. To the Japanese government, to the Chinese, Unit 731 was a crazy conspiracy theory if you thought anything weird was happening out there, because it's just for public health and lumber for some reason. So whenever the immunity deal was made, part of the deal was that America would keep up the lie that nothing ever happened at Unit 731, and all of the members of Unit 731 could change their name, and America wouldn't release their identities to the public. So after America makes this whole plea deal with them, eventually Russia shows up, and they actually have a trial for some of the members of Unit 731, and as you can imagine, didn't care to consult the US over it. So Russia holds a trial, and they end up getting 12 people who they can confirm were in Unit 731, and the sentences for those 12 who were found guilty were 2 to 25 years in a labor camp, of which the most any of them served was 7 years. Now, if you know anything about Russian history with war crimes, the idea that these men weren't shot or hanged is absurd. Especially that they ended up just serving 2 to 7 years, respectively for different people. That is insane. How did that happen? Well, if you'll remember, the American deal with the Russians wasn't made official until like the 80s, and some researchers were going to talk about, put in the work and made it come to be. So the fact that the Russians show up, they talk to the Japanese for a while, and only a few of the 731 researchers get like 5 years in prison, it is pretty much guaranteed. This group of people who were monstrous demons even committed a massive amount of bloodshed and misery, and then when the going got tough, they sold that bloodshed and misery to the highest bidder and got off scot-free. So ain't that a kick in the pants? Now again, none of this was public information, and it would have stayed that way if it wasn't for the work of various Japanese historians. See, again, Unit 731 for years was like a boogeyman. There would be a researcher come out in like the 60s or 70s talking about how the project was real, or they were a part of it and they can attest to it. And they would get laughed off by the media, saying that they were just some crazy conspiracy theorist. Historians pulled various records in Japan that supported the government's sanctioning of Unit 731. And in 1983, a historian published his findings and was told by the Japanese Board of Education that he should take those findings out of textbooks because it's not backed historically. So these historians went to the United States, and now, because everything's declassified, went through various records and found MacArthur's immunity deals and the records that he got directly from the Unit 731 experiments, and were able to bring those records back to Japan, show them to the Board of Education, and say, it's real, it's all right here. And from then on, the Japanese government slowly began to admit fault in the Unit 731 experiments. Through the 1990s, the Japanese government finally acknowledged that it was a real thing, but not the specifics of what the researchers actually did. The most recent development of Unit 731 was in 2018, when the Japanese government named the 3,607 researchers who were a part of the unit. And as you can imagine, between all 3,607 of those names, they're all either dead or have disappeared. Shiro Ishii, if you'll remember, the leader of all of Unit 731, died on October the 9th of 1959 from laryngeal cancer, never experiencing judgment on this side of eternity for his role in the Japanese war crimes. And Unit 731, like I said at the beginning of this video, is depressing. There's no two ways about it. There's no happy ending. There's no good side to it. It was a group of people committed atrocities, and they got away with it, effectively. And there's no polish I can give that. But what I can give polish is that this story was almost entirely lost for history. If you were from World War II, from these events happening up until like 1984, when it finally became official, the people who died never died, at least publicly. Their names were just lost, as some of the many names lost in World War II. And they were just a statistical anomaly, because governments didn't want to acknowledge the atrocities that they had once condoned, or that the forerunners before them had condoned. And of course, obviously, I don't mean any of my, critiques of the Japanese government during World War II to apply to now. But again, that was less than a century ago. It's hard to think about that humanity is capable of that kind of evil and that kind of justification for that kind of evil. But the point I want to bring out, the one light in all of it, I could say, is the people who would not be quiet. The people who kept learning, who kept digging, and now we have names of the perpetrators, and we have death of the victims. We have cause of the victims. And while it doesn't make it right, and the suffering still happened, it gives some meaning to it. Their names are not simply lost; they were taken. And hopefully, by understanding why they were taken and what great evil led to it, we can prevent tragedies like that from ever happening again. And like I said, Unit 731 is a heavy story. But it's one that I think should be told. Not one I enjoy telling. I didn't have a good time recording this, I'll be honest. But it's one that needs to be. And I'm just a lowly YouTuber. I'm no one important. I'm no one special. But hopefully you got something out of this. Or at least you have more depressing knowledge to terrorize your friends with, which in that case, win-win. But either way, if you got something out of this, or you just like to be miserable like I do, I guess, that's cool. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Thank you all so much for sticking around and watching the video. I know I promised that the Ted Kaczynski video would be next, but that video is becoming a much larger project with a lot of really cool things that I've never done before, and it's taking more time. So hopefully whenever it does come out, you all will be excited and it will be worth the wait. I hope you like that teaser in the ad, and hopefully that made the rest of this video not as depressing. But if you made it this far, I appreciate it, and I hope it wasn't that much of a bummer. And I want to emphasize, while I talk about a lot of the disturbing and worst parts of humanity, I am talking about the outliers. I am talking about the strange parts. Humanity, just as capable as it is for infinite evil, is capable of infinite good. And don't let yourself get in a headspace about how terrible the world can be, but get in a space about how great it can be as well. I recently, I'll brag a little bit, my fiance Kayla just graduated with her doctoral. So she's a doctor now, and that's incredible, and I'm proud of her. And it helps seeing people like her, people who strive, people who have power and diligence and strength. And it really is easy to take your mind off the terrible when there's so much good to be found. So again, I hope it didn't get you that sad. And if I did, I'm sorry. But I hope that you enjoyed. A shorter video for now, but like I said, TED on the way. There will probably be another video in between this one and the TED one, because like I said, that's becoming a big one. But expect the TED video in June, and hopefully you enjoyed that. But until then, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the mass hysteria iceberg. Mass hysteria is most often described as an enhanced feeling of fear or panic that is transmitted through a population by either a real or perceived threat. The most common cases that we think of when it comes to mass hysteria tend to be about news reporters giving wrong information and causing people to freak out, or world leaders telling people that they're about to be invaded when they're actually not, etc. However, as we're going to see from this iceberg, mass hysteria is not exclusive to that, and also includes things like psychosomatic illnesses. In other words, whenever someone thinks they have an illness and their body begins to show symptoms of it. Hysteria has led to some of the weirdest events in human history, and we're going to talk about some of them today. A couple things of note before we get started. For one, I am going to be using this iceberg pretty much as a guideline. Or in other words, I'm really interested in stories of mass hysteria where there seemed to be a very small or non-existent threat that caused a bunch of people to freak out, rather than like overreaction. For example, the first tier in this iceberg is stuff like Y2K or the Red Scare in the United States, and other cases where people just kind of overreacted, and that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the weird stuff. So for that reason, I'm cutting out the first tier, and we'll be using the majority of the iceberg while skipping over a few other terms. For example, one of the terms on a later tier is dihydrogen monoxide scares, which is just whenever news reporters said that there was dihydrogen monoxide in the water as a joke, and people freaked out. Not really mass hysteria, just people being dumb. And as always on this channel, if I don't think it's interesting and don't think it's worth my time to relay to you, then I'm not going to talk about. However, there is another YouTuber who, in research for this iceberg, I figured out that they followed a slightly revised version of this iceberg to a T, and that is That Dane. I will link his video in the description. He has a ton of really cool icebergs on his channel, and his video over this iceberg was really good, so if you want to know about more of those points I skip over, check him out. I will also be adding some of my personal favorite cases of mass hysteria to this iceberg, because again, I think they're cool. The other thing I want to mention is as this iceberg goes down, we're going to get into some that are related to religious miracles or spiritual experiences, and if at any point in this video you feel that I'm discrediting your beliefs because it's under the label of mass hysteria, I am not saying that I am right and you are wrong. I'm just going with the sort of standard story that science explains it as. That doesn't mean that these can't be supernatural experiences. I'm just talking about the generally accepted ideas. But with all that being said, stick around as we're going to talk about some of the weirdest cases of mass delusion and panic in human history. But first of all, I need to make an announcement. So for starters, let me fix this. Now that's better. I'm excited to announce the new film from writer Evan Royalty and director Stephen Hancock, SCP Heretic. If you're watching this channel right now, then you've probably heard about their previous works. The likes of SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord are some of the best movies ever put to YouTube. Not only are they incredibly well shot and edited movies in their own right, but they also serve as a love letter to the SCP community, one of the foundations of internet horror. Their new film, Heretic, is going to be the end of their trilogy and shaping up to be the biggest yet. Evan did a better job at describing the movie than I ever could, so I'm going to leave a link to his video about it in the description. There will be a link to the Heretic Kickstarter in the description. I myself will be donating, and any bit helps. And even if you can't donate, which is totally understandable, just sharing the Kickstarter or the video introduction to Heretic itself will certainly help get the ball rolling. These movies serve as a testament of what can be done by independent creators on this website, which is why I'm so honored to be talking about it now. As a matter of fact, I have a video coming out in the near future about the other films that they have done, so stay tuned for that. But for now, check out Evan's previous videos and check out the links in the description and be on the ground floor of something really amazing. Thank you for listening to this. It certainly is a labor of love, and hopefully you love it at least a little bit as much as I do. So check that out. I hope that you enjoyed, and we are back to the video. Probably, unless this is going in before the ad, in which case here's the ad. Well, let me stop you right there for a second. Do you smell? No? Well, let me fix that. Because thanks to today's sponsor, you can smell like your favorite or least favorite fragrance, if you're into that sort of thing, with Scentbird. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to shop from over 600 designer brands, and for only $16 a month, you can have them delivered to your house with no hassle to you. Scentbird delivers up to 3 of your favorite colognes or perfumes to your door thanks to their subscription service, and you can skip the subscription any month you want and pick up right back the month after. They come in these very convenient twist to open cases, and as you can see here, this isn't just a sample size of perfume that you get at the mall, this is an entire month's supply of your favorite fragrance. The products I received this month are the Abercrombie & Fitch Fierce Cologne, the Scents of Wood Vetiver and Oak Cologne, as well as Prada's Luna Rosa Cologne. The Scents of Wood is my favorite out of this batch, mostly because I just enjoy the outdoors and the woods, if you couldn't tell by my everything. But several of these brands that they have to offer are like $500 for a bottle of cologne, but as you can see here, you can get a month's supply for 15 bucks. As a matter of fact, this Scents of Wood is $240 a bottle. But thanks to Scentbird, I was able to try it out and see if I want to invest that much money into it or just stay with their subscription service. And even if you don't know what kind of cologne or perfume you like, you can take Scentbird's quizzes on their website and then from there get a feel for what you may want to order for that month. And thanks to Scentbird, today if you go to the link in the description and use discount code Wendigoon3, you can get your first month for 55% off. That's right, for your first month you can have access to any of these designer fragrances for only $7. Scentbird is available in the US and Canada, so if you're in that region, get in on this amazing offer while you can. Again, link in the description. You really don't want to miss out. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you enjoyed. Check them out, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. There will also be a link to the original iceberg image in the description as well. And since I'm kind of breaking up the order of it and making it kind of my own, this is my tier 1. The strawberry sugar virus is related to a Portuguese TV show known as Strawberries with Sugar. The show was essentially a teen soap opera that dealt with high school kids and their day-to-day dramas. And for that reason, the show was watched by a primarily preteen and child audience. In an episode that aired in May of 2006, the characters in the show began to develop an intense sickness. In the episode, the characters began to develop symptoms such as dizziness, trouble breathing, and rashes over their body. In the following days, across 14 different schools in Portugal, over 300 middle and high school students began to develop dizziness, trouble breathing, and rashes over their body. This caused several schools to temporarily close, believing that a disease was beginning an outbreak. However, other than a few kids who it turned out were just having an allergy attack, none of the children had any disease present in their body. Not only that, but the symptoms were only shown to be in middle school and high school students, meaning that this illness and its physical symptoms are believed to be entirely a case of mass hysteria across several kids in Portugal who just so happened to watch the same episode. The dancing plague of 1518 is probably the most famous case of mass hysteria, and there's good reason for it. In July of 1518 in Strasbourg, a woman only known in history as Frau Trophea began silently dancing in the middle of the town. Over the course of a week, she continued to silently dance in the middle of town, and about 36 people slowly joined her. Bystanders who saw the scene said that the people were not enjoying themselves, and as a matter of fact were very distressed and unable to stop moving. Doctors who showed up at the time, because understanding of medicine was limited at best, said that perhaps they just had really hot blood, because that was a thing that it was believed happened to people, and the best solution was to just dance even faster to get it out of their system. So to encourage more intense dancing, the town had a stage built and brought in musicians to play music, which made the problem a lot worse. With it becoming such a spectacle and now there being a performance at the same time, people began to join in on the dancing and were then unable to stop. This went on for 4 months, tallying up a total of 400 victims, with several of these people breaking their bones, collapsing, and even dying from exhaustion. Finally, in September, several of the men from the town began carrying the people who were still dancing up to the top of a mountain shrine where they were prayed over and assumedly stopped. The people of the time believed that Saint Vitus could curse people to the dancing plague, and some to even dance until they were dead. The historical guesses of the case aren't much better, as the two leading theories are perhaps it was a cult who secretly did this entire thing and danced until they were dead just to prove a point, or possibly a moldy bread that caused people to hallucinate, even though those exact symptoms have never been seen anywhere else in history. With no really good explanation of this case, many chalk it up to mass hysteria. The Hammersmith ghost refers to several sightings of a supposed ghost that would attack bystanders in Hammersmith, London. According to those that believed in the Hammersmith ghost, they said that someone had died in London the year before in 1802 and was not given a proper burial. Because of it, his ghost was attacking the people of the town. The official story was that it was a tall man wearing all white. However, there were several stories of the man having horns, or glowing red eyes, or wearing these long flowing white robes. Some of the earliest sightings were that of 2 women who on separate occasions said they ran into the ghost and were so freaked out in the days following that they died of shock. Other people who said they were just walking around Hammersmith said the ghost would run at them from alleys and begin screaming and shouting, and everyone was afraid that the ghost was going to eventually start killing people. Because of this, several night patrols began to form these mob group trying to catch the ghost. This culminated when Francis Smith was patrolling the streets with a shotgun and saw a bricklayer walking towards him in his all-white uniform. Francis, believing this to be the ghost, quickly said something to the effect of, "What are you? Who are you?" before he fired and killed the bricklayer. In the court trial that followed, the bricklayer's wife said that she had told her husband that he needs to cover up his all-white uniform or else one of the mobs will think he's the Hammersmith ghost. Quick side note about that court trial, by the way, it was one of the weirdest in British history because the argument was that he was not guilty by reason of intent, but then the court had this really long argument where they eventually came to the conclusion that intent to kill something is just as good in a murder case as intent to kill the person. And the jury originally returned with a verdict of manslaughter, and the judge said that wasn't allowed because he was either acquitted or meant to kill the bricklayer. So they then gave him first-degree murder, which carried out a sentence of hanging. But then the judge didn't know what to make of that, so he wrote a letter to the king, and the king ended up giving him 1 year of hard labor. So this guy went from manslaughter to first degree to a year of work. It actually reshaped a lot of UK law and wasn't really settled until a 1984 Court of Appeal. Keep in mind, all this happened in 1804. Just fun story. During this trial, one man came forward saying that he was the Hammersmith ghost, but he had only ever dressed in a white bedsheet to scare somebody one time and never did it again, implying that perhaps while there was a ghost in the first place, the rest was just complete hysteria that ate up the town and made everyone go crazy. And after this court trial, there were no further sightings of the Hammersmith ghost. Junebug epidemic refers to a case in the 1960s at a textile factory in South Carolina. One day at this factory, the workers opened up a shipment from out of the country, to which whenever they opened it, a Junebug flew out. Later that day, a few workers complained of feeling nausea and dizziness as well as vomiting, and one of them identified having a bug bite on their arm. Connecting it to the aforementioned Junebug, several said that perhaps the Junebug had bit them and transferred some overseas sickness. In the next couple days, 62 people reported the exact same symptoms in the factory of vomiting, nausea, and dizziness, and some even had to be hospitalized. After going through thorough medical checkups, only a few of them had any bug bites on their body, and none of them had any notable diseases in their system. The official story is that patient 0 was bit by a bug, and being worried about the Junebug became ill from worry, to which after that, every subsequent person who became sick was simply sick on their own accord, meaning the Junebug epidemic was a phantom illness falsely blamed on a single Junebug. The 1983 West Bank fainting epidemic occurred on March the 21st of 1983. At a girls' school on the West Bank, 6 girls began coughing and feeling ill, saying that they smelled a foul odor. After this, other girls in the school also began coughing and saying that they could smell an odor as well. Several female soldiers came to escort these girls to a nearby hospital for a checkup, and during the escort, the soldiers reported similar symptoms as well. In all, on the first day, 32 people reported feeling sick, with some even fainting. Because of the intense political climate at the time, many of the nearby news sources began saying that this was a gas attack meant to kill or possibly sterilize the women at the school. Over the next few days throughout the West Bank, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem, people began reporting feeling sick and being poisoned by the poison that was mentioned on the news, with some developing fits of vomiting, rashes, and passing out across all of these cities. At this point, it began affecting both sides of the Israeli-Palestine conflict, so much so that they were declaring open war over it, accusing the other of gassing their citizens. In all, 943 people were hospitalized, and the United Nations had to step in to determine what the cause was. It was determined that perhaps on the first day of all of this at the original school, perhaps there was a gas leak in the walls that caused the girls to become dizzy and feel faint. However, after this, despite 943 hospitalizations, there was no evidence of any gas or true vector of sickness in any cases reported. And the official story is that people were so worried by the events that took place at the school, a psychosomatic illness set in, and their body began developing symptoms that they thought they might acquire. The miracle of the sun occurred on October the 13th of 1917, when 3 local shepherd children said that Mother Mary was going to appear and perform miracles in Fatima, Portugal. According to these 3 children, they had spoken with Mother Mary, and she told them to round people up because she was going to make her power known before humanity. This went on for several weeks and became such a popular story in the region that it's confirmed historically that somewhere between 30 to 40,000 people showed up, with accounts at the time saying it was more than 100,000. According to all of the witnesses that were there that day, the sun began hurling itself down to earth before it stopped, zigzagged back up into place, and began shooting out colors of green, purple, blue, and other fiery apparitions. Many saw this as a legitimate miracle, and as a matter of fact, Pope Pius VII sent cardinals to check out the stories of Fatima, Portugal, and declared it an official canon miracle by the Catholic Church, with official historical records saying that maybe 40,000 people just were dumb and had no clue what they were looking at. I also have to mention that one of the lead scientific theories is that everyone just stared at the sun at the same time and didn't know what happens if you look at the sun, and that's what the miracle was. Just people staring at the sun for 10 minutes and hallucinating a bunch of colors. We are now on to tier 2, or at least the tier 2 that I've butchered this iceberg and turned it into. So we don't know the exact year that the meowing nuns took place, because a book written in 1844 as part of a medical text described the story as a recollection and happening sometime in the Middle Ages. According to that story, there was a convent of nuns in Central Europe where one day, for seemingly no reason, one girl decided to meow. The other nuns around her, thinking it was funny, joined her in the meowing. This continued to spread until eventually every single nun in the convent would join together for several hours of the day and meow loudly. The people of the nearby neighborhood asked them to stop, to which they would reply with meows, and eventually the town conscripted an army to go to the nuns with whips and threatened to beat them if they didn't stop because it was so annoying. This caused the nuns to stop, and the entire thing is considered mass hysteria in history. However, I like to think that this was just an elaborate troll because that's hilarious. The Halifax slasher was a phenomenon that happened in Halifax, England in November of 1938. It began when 2 women rushed home one night saying that they had been attacked by a man who chased them with a mallet. After this, who was new to Halifax, was so berated by people who stood outside of his house chanting for his death that the police had to escort him to and from work. Around the time that it got that intense, several of the women came forward saying that they lied about it and they had actually cut their clothes and they just wanted the attention. And from there, the Halifax slasher kind of died out, but it's historically remembered as a bunch of people who all got really mad and started beating people up and hunting down a killer when the killer never even existed. Or even if he did exist, never even killed someone. He was just like really bad at being a serial killer. Spring Hill Jack happened in London in 1837. A lot of these are people in like the British London Halifax area just pretending that something interesting is happening. Anyway, in 1837, a woman claimed that she was attacked by a tall man in an alley who was very handsome and had a devilish laugh. The most striking detail being that the man had claws over his fingers. The next day, a similar looking man jumped in front of a carriage that was going down the street, causing the carriage to steer off the road and careen into a wall. According to onlookers, the man then laughed and leaped over a 9-foot wall to escape. This began the legend of Spring Hill Jack, and several people of London said that he was either a ghost or the devil causing mischief on Earth. The sightings became more and more elaborate, everyone maintaining the idea of him having claws on his hands, but others saying that he had the ability to breathe blue and white fire and had glowing red fire for eyes. The majority of stories were women following men into dark alleys who would then take off their coat and reveal themselves to be a tall, devil-looking figure who would breathe fire and in some cases cause women to die of fright. There were even stories of soldiers seeing a man bound through the woods and over walls some 20 feet tall. Despite all of this, no one in any of the sightings was ever identified, and sightings of Spring-Heeled Jack went from 1837 all the way to 1904, with spiritualists then and even now believing this to be a demon or the devil himself interacting with people on Earth, or as science says, a case of mass hysteria. The Belgium Coca-Cola crisis occurred in Belgium on June the 8th of 1999. That day at an elementary school in Belgium, 26 children at the same school said that they got headaches and became nauseous after drinking a Coke bottle that they said smelled funny. This story went to the news, and in the following days, hundreds of children all over Belgium also said that they became sick after drinking Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola launched a thorough investigation and found that there was absolutely nothing wrong with any of the drinks that were shipped out. Even examining the specific bottles that the children supposedly got sick on, and the only explanation being, perhaps with the first kids, the bottles were being stored in somewhere that had like a moldy air because it may have smelled a little funny, but there was nothing in the drink or on the bottle itself. And for all the hundreds of kids in the days following, there was absolutely zero explanation. However, Coca-Cola, never having dealt with a crisis like this before, didn't know the golden rule of customer service, which is the customer is always right, and instead made a PR announcement that all of your kids are lying to you, and this is actually a case of mass hysteria, and they're making it up, and you should tell them to shut up. I'm summarizing a little bit, but that was the basic gist. This made parents furious, saying that Coca-Cola was willingly poisoning their children and were now trying to cover it up. Because of this bad PR, over 30 million bottles of Coca-Cola products had to be recalled from Europe, and eventually the president of Coca-Cola was fired. But as stated before, there were no actual diseases or recognizable symptoms, and most people do believe, even if a little harsh, that it was a case of children experiencing hysteria. The Monkey Man of Delhi happened in May of 2001, where several people in New Delhi, India said that they were attacked by a monkey man. More specifically, people said that at night they would be attacked by a 4-foot-tall creature covered in black hair with a metal helmet and metal claws with glowing red eyes and buttons on its chest. They said that it would run at them, begin screaming and hitting them before it would begin leaping over buildings to get away. People in the region lost their minds over this. There began to be riots and protests saying that the government is trying to hide the Monkey Man from them. Mobs began to form in the streets at night trying to find the Monkey Man. And in one case, a short, bald monk was walking along the street at night when a mob saw him and nearly beat him to death, thinking him to be the Monkey Man. Dozens of people said that they had been attacked, and 3 people fell to their deaths when they were standing on buildings and began screaming that the Monkey Man is chasing them before they jumped off and died. But as you can imagine, no Monkey Man was ever found, and it's believed that the entire thing was a case of people getting too worked up over nothing. Biting nuns is the slightly more intense version of the meowing nuns thing. So this happened in 15th century Germany at a convent of nuns, and similar to the meowing nuns thing, one nun decided to bite another nun as a joke, to which that nun bit someone else, and like a zombie plague, eventually the entire convent of nuns was just biting each other. This story picked up notoriety as being weird, and messengers delivered it to other convents, to which they began doing the same thing, and eventually convents beginning in Germany and eventually in Holland, Rome, Italy, and the Netherlands all had these castles full of women biting each other. It became such a problem that the Catholic Church began to send out bishops and priests to pray for the convents to get them to stop, and when that didn't work, they began holding exorcisms to get the women to stop biting each other. When that didn't work, they did the thing that the village from the meowing nuns did, where they got a military to come and threaten to whip the nuns, only this time they didn't threaten. They straight up started flogging nuns, and that got everyone to stop. This one to me is more impressive than other cases similar to it, because this wasn't just people doing something as a troll or as a joke. They were performing exorcisms and physically being beat, and they would not quit fighting each other. And also, to the credit of the soldiers who beat them, as well as the priests and bishops and all that, I couldn't find any records if this was like a playful bite, like a non-painful thing, or if they were like beginning to rip skin out of random people, because if it was the latter, I also would have held an exorcism. We are now on to Tier 3. The Blackburn faintings occurred in the UK in 1965 when a group of school children were outside waiting for Princess Margaret to show up. Specifically, they were waiting by the Blackburn Cathedral in the middle of the hot sun. After a delayed arrival, which took several hours, several of the children, 140 in fact, passed out due to heat exhaustion. Now, that's all well and good and understandable. However, what's odd is the next day at school, when in perfectly normal conditions, 98 other children passed out as well. And then the next day more did, and the next day more, and eventually by the end of the week, over 300 children who attended the school near Blackburn Cathedral all fainted due to hearing stories of the children who originally fainted. There was no reason given to the faintings after that of the heat exhaustion, and it's believed another psychosomatic disease simply caused these kids to pass out after hearing that their classmates had also passed out. So Irish fright takes a little bit of history to explain. So James II was the King of England in the 1680s. He was generally despised by Protestant England, who felt that he was too violent and willing to kill the people at any time. However, James's daughter Mary was a Protestant herself and was in fact married to a man known as William of Orange. And it was believed that if the country could just wait on him to die, whenever Mary comes to power, everything will be okay. However, tensions were exacerbated whenever James had a son, meaning that there was another heir to the throne he could raise. People began to panic. In the midst of the panic, James, who was trying to maintain his empire, had several Irish soldiers come to the country to maintain order. Legends of these soldiers and their brutality in combat ran throughout Protestant England, and people became increasingly afraid of their presence. On December 9th of 1688, James lost a battle with the Irish army and decided to flee the country, while at the same time releasing the army from their conscript. In other words, on December 9th, James and the Irish army left the country. However, while word got around that James had left, a lot of people in England at the time did not know that the Irish army left as well. And with all of the stories of the soldiers' brutality running rampant, many feared that the Irish would strike back and destroy the people as revenge for James leaving. And on December 13th, the true effects of what's known as the Irish Fright began. Reports began to run through the countryside that the Irish, who mind you were no longer in the country, had been burning villages, destroying churches, and slaughtering people en masse. The villages began to panic and erect fortifications, as well as arm themselves and wait at the walls of their town for the Irish to come invade. No one really knows where the reports came after this. A lot of people think that maybe it was pro-Mary and William propagandists who started it, but stories started coming in saying that the Irish were burning down London and they were massacring children and that they were vampires and all other means of evil you could imagine. It got so convoluted at one point that Town A would get a message that Town B had been totally destroyed and the Irish are on their way, while at the same time, Town B would get a message that Town A had been destroyed and the Irish were on the way. This went on for several weeks, with patrols leaving the towns to be on the lookout for whenever the Irish invade, which led to several awkward interactions where two patrols from different towns would run into each other and be like, "Oh, I thought the Irish got you." And they'd say, "No, I thought they got you." And they'd go, "Man, these guys are so good, we got us and we didn't even know we've been got." Thankfully, there was no stories, at least to my knowledge, of this leading to any massacres or people freaking out and killing other people or whatever. And Mary and William took the throne, and this entire thing is known in history as the Glorious Revolution. So it went surprisingly well for a bunch of scared British people pointing guns at each other. The 2008 Congo football riots. And I emphasize again, like I said at the beginning, I'm not saying this to disrespect anyone's religion or belief. This is the funniest thing I've read in a long time. On September the 14th, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there was a soccer game to us Americans, but a football game being played between two of the local teams. Near the end of the game, the goalkeeper on the losing team was accused of casting a spell in order to win the game, and they said that that was a penalty and should get him ejected. This quickly turned into a large riot, which whenever police showed up to try to contain the situation, the entire audience began pelting them with stones. The police did not like this and fired tear gas into the crowd, which caused a mass stampede and then several riots within the city over the next several days. Now, I understand this is kind of breaking my rule that I set up at the beginning, that I didn't want to talk about the ones that were just people overreacting to like a single event or a single set of panic. But the reason I want to mention it is supposedly this was a recorded event, which means somewhere out there there is a video of a goalkeeper casting a spell on the field and the audience losing their minds because that should be a penalty, followed by everyone pulling out stones that they brought to a soccer game and attacking the police. So I'm putting out a bounty of $500 for anyone who can find me a clip of the goalkeeper casting a spell. And I know I'm not saying this to be offensive at all. I understand I'm not disrespecting anyone's beliefs or anything like that. However, considering it was in the middle of a soccer game and this wasn't like in a church or with sacraments or whatever have you, it was a goalie standing on a soccer field. I just need to know what that looks like. The Mount Pleasant, Mississippi mass drug use, that's a sentence, happened in 1976 at Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, when 15 students passed out in the middle of the school day. The police who showed up assumed that it's because they had all been using drugs and trading them with each other. However, after investigation, all of the students passed clean on their checks and there were no drugs found in the school. The symptoms of this were rather severe, with several of the 15 students convulsing and throwing up violently over the next several days. These extreme symptoms and no evidence led several parents to think that perhaps whatever drugs were being used were in the air or untraceable, or even some saying that there was a hex going around at the school, which in the coming week made 300 of the 900 student population stay home for fear of whatever was going on. However, to this day, despite the extreme lengths of the symptoms, nothing was ever found, and it seems to be a case of mass delusion. 2007 Boston Moon Night Panic. Like the Congo one, this is technically cheating because it's panic over an event and not like shared delusion or whatever, but I don't care, it's too funny not to mention. On January the 31st of 2007, several LED placards were set up around Boston to promote the new Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. However, when the Boston police saw these, they assumed that they were IEDs. They shut down roadways, called in bomb squads, had helicopters everywhere, EMT teams, the whole 9 yards. After retrieving one of the IEDs and trying to analyze what the weird symbol on it was, it took hours until a young staffer who was working at the mayor's office saw a picture and said, "Oh, that's the Aqua Teen Hunger Force guy." The sheer absurdity, and the reason I'm including it as mass hysteria, is because of the extreme lengths of stupidity the Boston Police Department went to maintain their dignity in this scenario. If a police department was like, "Oh, we were dumb, my bad guys," I wouldn't think anything of it. But listen to this. During this whole hoopla, they arrested 2 men who were installing one of the placards, and whenever the men told them, "I work for Cartoon Network, this is just an advertising campaign," the police said that they were looking into their alibi. In their official press report, after Cartoon Network had said this was just an advertisement, our bad to the police, in the press report, the police said that they were investigating this because it had circuits, lights, and wires, quote, like a bomb. You know what else has circuits, lights, and wires? A light. They then spent the entire press conference talking about how they'll get to the bottom of whatever intent was given to these devices placed around the city, and that they still believed it could be a IED because it was placed in, quote, high traffic areas. You know what else goes in high traffic areas? Advertisements. They concluded by saying, we are looking into if this is either a hoax or something else entirely. And then, to this day, they don't refer to it as a bomb scare. They refer to it as a bomb hoax, implying that Cartoon Network tried to threaten the city of Boston. The most frustrating part about it is the police and Homeland Security made Cartoon Network pay out $2 million for damages, or in other words, making them look like an idiot on television. So while not along my definition of mass hysteria as being an unexplainable circumstance in human history, this was too hilarious not to mention, so you're welcome. The face scratcher hysteria happened in northern India in 2002. Several people in villages within North India said that at night a small glowing unidentifiable creature would fly at them before scratching up their face and leaving. Specifically, they said that this creature emanated a red and blue glowing light and moved too fast to get a good view of. People in the village said that up to 7 deaths were caused by this face-scratching creature. The local police who investigated said that they were investigating if it was a, quote, insect that was put together by the government in order to attack and terrorize small villagers. The only official death that occurred during any of this was when a mob of people began attacking a police station, saying that the government was building the face scratchers, to which whenever they broke in the front door of the police station, a police officer fired and killed one of the protesters. And there was reportedly 3 deaths caused by people falling from buildings in the middle of all this panic. I don't know what's happening, since this is the second time that 3 people have died in India from falling off of a building due to a hysteria caused by an impossibly small creature attacking humans that was also blamed on the government and police. There's probably something there, I'm just not getting it right now. And similar to the Monkey Man of Delhi that I mentioned earlier, vigilante groups got together and began patrolling the streets trying to kill the face scratcher. Although, as you can imagine, nothing was ever found, and it's chalked up to just be a huge misunderstanding. We are now on to Tier 4, and I promise you they just keep getting weirder. Puppy pregnancy syndrome, yep, is a delusion that is most often seen in villages around northern India. However, other cases similar to it, if you could call it that, have been reported in some areas of the United States and Europe as well. Pretty much any region that has a lot of traditional folklore and not a lot of modern education or understanding of anatomy. It is the belief that after someone has been bit by a dog, that they are now pregnant with puppies. And while you may be thinking, is this just like a couple absolutely out of their mind people who say this every year? It has been known to affect tens of thousands of people across small villages in the world. These people report that they can see the puppies moving inside of them and can hear them barking. And if you're thinking, is this just women that feel that way? No, men too. And as a matter of fact, it's believed by several of these small villages that it is okay if a woman gets it, but if a man gets it, he will die because he cannot survive the birthing process. The reason I mention it in India specifically is because several of these villages have herbal healers who will give people concoctions of herbs and other things that they say will dissolve the puppies and not, kill them during the process. However, this has historically proven to be incredibly dangerous because the majority of people who are bit by dogs are bit by stray dogs that often have rabies. And many of these healers tell patients that if they accept modern medicine, it will counteract the herbal medicine that got rid of the puppies in them. So hundreds of people have died due to rabies because they will not take modern medicine because they are afraid it will counteract the puppies inside of them And that's where the danger of puppy pregnancy syndrome comes from. And I want to emphasize again, this is an incredibly small decimal of a percentage of one of the largest countries in the world. However, it is enough of a problem that doctors within India are trying to get education centers and better information out to these groups of people, because every year hundreds of people die literally due to ignorance. Well, literally to the rabies, but it's the ignorance that makes it fatal. The Liverpool leprechauns began on June the 30th of 1964 in Liverpool. It started when a young boy ran through the street saying that he had spotted a leprechaun. Over the next several days, other boys said that they had also spotted leprechaun, and this caused several adults to get in on the craze. On the 1st of July, there were such large crowds around the parks in Liverpool that the police had to show up and disperse them, as they were way over capacity and kids were destroying bushes and flowers trying to find the leprechauns. And throughout the streets of Liverpool, first aid stations had to be built due to all of the children who were tumbling down hills and hurting themselves trying to look for these leprechauns. It is believed that thousands of people, children and adults alike, were all on the leprechaun hunt for at least a week in Liverpool before the craze spread to other nearby cities, and there were stories of children running amok in churches trying to find leprechauns hidden in the garden outside, or refusing to come to school because they were out on a leprechaun hunt. One man by the name of Brian Jones claimed forward, saying that one day he was out gardening in a green outfit and he was pretty short, and a kid said, "Hey, look, a leprechaun." So he yelled some gibberish at him and started dancing and ran away, and he thinks that's what caused everything. But it's nice to think that all of Liverpool was on a leprechaun hunt for a week, and to my knowledge no one died, which for my videos is a pretty good start. The Tanganyika laughter epidemic started on January the 30th of 1962. In an all-girls school in the country that is now Tanzania, 3 girls began laughing uncontrollably for seemingly no reason. Within minutes, this laughter spread to 95 girls in the school. All of the girls were 12 to 18 years old, with some of these laughing fits only lasting a few hours, and some lasting up to 16 days. The school was shut down because it wasn't known if some disease or mania was going throughout the students, and then when it was reopened on March the 18th, the laughter started over again. This time it seems to have jumped to another school where 217 girls there also reported laughing fits. I should also mention these laughing fits that went on for days were not a laughing matter, haha, to any of the girls experiencing them. As a matter of fact, several of the girls were crying and screaming and seemed to be in a lot of pain as they could not stop. The hysteria continued to jump from school to school until by the end, 14 schools were affected, with over 1,000 girls experiencing uncontrollable and painful fits of laughter. To this day, no explanation is given, and it's just known as one of the most famous cases of mass hysteria. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon happened in Mattoon, Illinois during World War II in 1944. It started when a few people within the town said that they would wake up to a foul odor and being unable to move their legs. This coincided with sightings people had of a tall man suspiciously standing outside of their home, with some saying that he held a flit gun, which is that thing from Looney Tunes cartoons that they would use to pump smoke or whatever. The symptoms upgraded from just paralysis of the legs to nausea, vomiting, and coughing fits. Over 24 people reported seeing a man outside of their house immediately before experiencing these weird symptoms, with a couple cases even saying that they saw a blue vapor, and one person saying that they got a good look at the man and it was actually a woman dressed as a man. As I mentioned earlier, this took place during World War II, and the historical belief is that everyone was just so paranoid from whatever was going to happen in the war that they just imagined a man coming to their house and trying to poison them, and a lot of people imagined it over the course of several weeks, and they just collectively made it up. The daycare child abuse hysteria was pretty widespread. However, I'm going to focus on what's most likely the most popular case of it. This case began in 1983 at the McMartin Preschool at Manhattan Beach, California. It began when a mother of one of the students at the preschool accused one of the workers of touching her child. Now, what you need to know about this mother is she had had a very long history of falsely accusing other people of doing impossible tasks. And in the same breath that she said this man touched her child, she also said that he would abuse animals and could fly. The police, considering her history of false accusations, were skeptical of her. However, not understanding how this could go wrong, asked the parents to simply ask their children if they thought anything was weird or anything weird had happened. To which all of the preschoolers began to give exceedingly absurd accounts of what happened. It is thought that the stories that I'm about to say were mostly done at the hand of bad social workers who would lead the children into more and more extravagant stories because I guess that's a win in their book. Again, at the suggestion of social workers, the children said that they participated in satanic rituals, the murdering and drinking of babies' blood, that they witnessed witches fly around on broomsticks and cast spells, that they were led into tunnels underneath the school that were non-existent, where mole people lived, and they were also taken up into hot air balloons above LA, and through the course of all of this, they were repeatedly abused. Now, while that may sound like weird for a kid to say, the way that information was actually obtained was a guy sat there and was like, were you abused by the workers at the preschool? And the kid would go, yeah. And he'd go, okay, where? And the kid would go, a hot air balloon? Hot air balloon. With one kid even saying that he was abused by none other than Chuck Norris. This was during the real height of the whole satanic panic thing, and kids were hearing all these stories from parents about how awful witchcraft was and child murder and horror movies and stuff like that. So whenever they were asked by their parents if they knew about these things and they answered yes, you can see where this went. Several of the children even held a story that at the end of every school day, they were all, quote, flushed down the toilets before they would be cleaned up and then presented to their parents. So, logically, we can all chalk this up as one woman told a dumb lie, and now everyone at this school is suffering the consequences because people don't understand how childs work. Well, that would be the case if it wasn't for LA District Attorney Ira Reiner, who was up for re-election, and again, this was at the height of the satanic panic, and at this time throughout the country, there were other cases of child abuse coming out. So in order to try to get re-elected, she charged the workers of the preschool with 208 counts of child molestation, to which in court, the majority of the readings of the cases were absurd things like this child said that he drank baby blood in a hot air balloon, and a jury for some reason had to debate that. The trial lasted 3 years, which again, due to the absurdity and length of the accusations, and is still in American history as the most expensive and long-running trial throughout the entire nation's run, and it ended, thankfully, with 0 convictions and all workers being acquitted. While this is the most popular story, there were several other cases throughout the country where a similar thing happened, in which authorities simply took the advice of the children and other ridiculous things ensued. So I'm going to pin the mass hysteria of this one on the parents and not the children, because the children are children and the parents should know better. Dot syndrome is something known as a culture-bound syndrome. In other words, there are some illnesses or psychosomatic illnesses where a person thinks they're sick but they're actually not, that are only observed in certain cultures around the world. Dot syndrome specifically only being found in South Asia. See, it's a belief within some religious practices in South Asia that you have a series of vital fluids throughout your body, and if you lose any of them, you'll become weaker and could possibly die. One of those vital fluids in men is the fluid that is exclusive to men, if you catch my drift. And to quit cutting corners, Dot syndrome is the belief that semen is escaping within one's urine. Now, this is completely untrue in every case it's reported. There is no disease that causes you to do that, at least not all the time. However, because in South Asia it is viewed as being important, again in some beliefs, to maintain that fluid in your body, That is the only place in the world where people develop the idea that they are losing it for some reason. It's an interesting phenomenon because it gives us such a clear line to trace back to where it comes from, because in that we can see, okay, they care about this thing, which is why it's the only region in the world where this psychosomatic illness pops up at. But if it's so easy to trace the line on that, it implies that other cases of hysteria could have an equally reasonable option for what led them there. And Dot syndrome is seen by many researchers as the framework to truly understanding hysteria and shared delusion. We are now down to the 5th tier, or second to last, on this iceberg. The Hollandwell incident occurred in England's East Midlands in July of 1986. During this time, about 500 children from local schools were there for a band competition. It wasn't particularly hot or anything else that may obviously lead to exhaustion, but for whatever reason, 300 people spontaneously fainted. Upon waking up, which for some of them took several hours, several reported having a sore throat and burning eyes. This also wasn't exclusive to the children, as several of the adults nearby also passed out and experienced these symptoms. It was such a head scratcher at the time that 2 of the lead theories were perhaps a new radio tower nearby caused radio waves to do this to all of these people, or that it was a government silent weapons testing to see if they could spontaneously knock out an entire crowd of people. Either way, the Hollandwell incident is a weird moment in recent history because a bunch of people just passed out and then felt bad, and that was it, and no explanation was ever given. Koro is a culture-bound syndrome, like I mentioned earlier with Dot syndrome. However, this one is a bit more hilarious. So Koro is the name given to vanishing genitalia syndrome and is exclusively seen in males. It is the belief that one's is continuously shrinking and they are powerless to stop it. And this isn't just like a guy thinking that it happened a little bit. This is people who continuously experience this, suffer panic attacks, and regularly make trips to the doctor because they feel like they can't stop whatever's happening. Also, while reading about treatment for it, the primary treatment is a discussion on anatomy with the patient. And the reason this is so funny to me isn't just, haha, man, dumb, think, stupid, whatever. It's because, remember how I said culture-bound syndrome is specifically when one's belief inflicts a paranoid delusion in what they think's happening to their body? Well, this is believed to be the same thing, but it's seen everywhere around the world because in some way, every single culture holds that aspect of the body in high regard. So because of it, everyone experiences the same symptom of thinking that's happening to them, even though it's for completely different reasons, with men in the United States thinking it has something to do with masculinity, people in East Asia thinking it has something to do with religion or stature within one's family, etc. In other words, no matter where you are in the world, it is ingrained in the human psyche enough that everyone thinks it's important, and therefore Koro is seen across the entire Earth's population. I should also mention that Koro means tortoise head, which, yeah, Kateri Malaysia 2019 Screaming Schoolgirls pretty much sums it up. But in 2019 in Malaysia at an all-girls school, one girl said that she felt a sharp pain on her shoulder before she spun around and passed out. While passed out, she said she saw several visions around her of these horrifying locations and, quote, the most terrifying face I've ever seen. She came out of this delirium screaming, to which several other girls in the school also started screaming, although none of them later reported seeing the same vision. This carried throughout the entire school until nearly the entire school's population could not quit screaming. And even after all threat was subsided and they were talking, could not physically quit the convulsions they were having. And while not all of them saw that exact vision, 39 other girls reported seeing other visions of creepy things happening around them. Several religious experts were called in to pray over the girls, and bystanders said that they saw girls kicking and screaming who had to be dragged out of classrooms to keep them from hurting themselves and others. This continued for several hours until exorcists were brought in, who said that the old trees around the school housed evil spirits, and so the trees were cut down. And after several days of prayers and exorcism, all the girls seemingly returned to normal. I mean, most of them were still horribly traumatized with everything that happened, but they quit screaming. The Louisiana twitching epidemic happened at Bellevue, Louisiana in 1939. It began when, during a homecoming dance, one girl who was not dancing began experiencing a twitching sensation in her right leg. It was very painful and constant, to which she eventually went to the hospital. The next day, 6 other girls experienced the same twitching sensation in their right leg, to which they also went to the hospital. After thorough examinations and reviews, it was determined that none of the girls were lying, and all of them in fact did have some weird spasm happening in their body. So get how weird this is. After several questions from the doctors, the girl eventually said that her boyfriend was there dancing that night, but she didn't want to dance. While she was watching him dance, another girl began dancing with him, and she got jealous and wanted to, but felt super nervous and sick because she was too nervous and she wanted to go up there and yada yada. That's when the twitching started. It's believed by the doctors that her brain was trying so hard to either make her move or give her a reason to not dance or something, that it just inflicted that pain and sensation in her leg in order to make that happen. Meaning she subconsciously wanted something so bad that her body did the work for her. And that the other cases afterwards were girls either so scared, worried, invested, or whatever that their body did the exact same thing to them. This case of hysteria is unique in that it was observed by doctors for days on end and given several speculations and ideas around. With a lot of cases of hysteria, we can say, oh, that group of people didn't know what they're talking about, or they're just dumb, but this had enough eyes on it to be viewed as something legitimately weird. The other parents thought it was weird too, as for the next several days at the school, children were pulled, thinking that there was some disease happening that made kids twitch their right leg for some reason. And being a textbook case of a psychosomatic illness, the twitching leg incident of Louisiana is still remembered as one of the most definitive cases of mass hysteria. We are now on to the final tier with Tier 6. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic occurred in Bellingham, Seattle in 1954. In one of the weirdest cases of mass hysteria, a few people in the Bellingham region of Seattle said that they noticed a few holes in the front windshield of their car. The primary idea at the time being that some kid with a BB gun had shot a few of the windshields as a mean joke, and it made enough rounds that it went to the local newspaper. As soon as it was in the newspaper, other people reported that they also had holes in their windshield. From there, everyone began freaking out over holes that they said suddenly appeared in their windshield. People thought it was everything from nuclear testing to sand flea eggs that somehow got implanted inside of glass. And by April the 15th of 1954, 3,000 people had contacted the police saying that they also had a hole in their windshield. This was such a problem, and the mayor was freaking out so much that he called President Eisenhower and asked him to send out the military or investigators to help with whatever's going on. See, what you got to realize about glass at the time is it wasn't as refined as it is now, and there was a much more common problem with pitting in windshields or small cracks or bumps in the glass. By general estimates, about 95% of the cases were people who had never noticed a hole or chip in their windshield until someone told them that they should probably look for it, and that people began freaking out over something that was always there. Or in other words, people who had been driving a car, and maybe when they first got it, they noticed a crack in the bottom right corner of the windshield, and they didn't think about it for a couple years, and then the news goes, do you also have a hole in your windshield? And then they go outside and see it and have a panic attack. I do love the idea that it was so hyped up that the mayor called the president over it to get the military to, I don't know, shoot the kids who were shooting cars with BB guns or whatever. But nothing really quite fits the bill of mass hysteria as much as a bunch of people in Seattle thinking sand fleas were laying eggs in their cars. The Ganesha drinking milk miracle occurred on September the 21st of 1995. At a temple of Ganesha, one of the worshippers had a spoonful of milk it was offering to the statue, which whenever he held the spoon up to the trunk of it, it seemed that the milk was sucked up into the trunk of the statue. Immediately, the worshipper began calling people who tried it out on their statues of Ganesha, and sure enough, the same thing happened. By the end of the day, on September 21st, temples all over the world were lined up with people trying to see if the statue would drink milk for them, with several temples in India boasting lines that took up miles. As a matter of fact, on that day, milk sales in India jumped up 30%. I should also mention that several of the temples kicked people out because they were trying to do stuff like get the statues to drink beer. And while Ganesha wasn't the only one that was reported that day to drink milk, it was the most popular. Now again, if you believe that, more power to you, not trying to discredit you, but the scientific explanation for what was happening then is something known as capillary action. In other words, if you have a sort of vacuum made out of a funnel, and you hold something up like a liquid that is malleable, it will travel up that because it's the path of least resistance. It's the same concept of doing something like siphoning gas up a tube, or while not the exact same, whenever you like hold your finger on a straw and it goes like up the straw, that whole thing. And the idea behind it is that a lot of people just never tried holding liquid up to the statue, which has a hollowed out trunk in the middle, and whenever they held a liquid up to it, the same thing happened and the liquid traveled up the trunk. But similar to the windshield pitting epidemic, even though it was always there, once people were told to look for it, it became a huge hysteric outcry. Those are always my favorite cases with this kind of thing, when it's something that we can look at and simply scoff at, but at the time it was a pretty big deal. And I mean, yeah, if I held up a liquid in front of a statue and it drank it out of my hand, I'd be pretty freaked out too. The Milan poison scare happened in Milan, Italy in the 17th century. During this time, the governor of Milan got a letter from King Philip IV of Spain. In the letter, the king told the governor that there were 4 escaped Frenchmen who were trying to spread the plague through Europe. The governor then told his people, which was a fantastic idea because everyone immediately began to panic. This wasn't helped when on May the 17th of 1629, it seems that someone was playing a prank and put a bunch of like people's doors so they would think it was like infection or whatever. But people were so on edge when they began accusing army generals and even cardinals of the Vatican of doing it to try to spread the illness. And similar to every other case I've talked about, people started to form mobs in the street. They tried to hunt down whoever these 4 Frenchmen could be. There was an old man in a local church who wiped off a bench before he sat down on it, to which a group of women in the church surrounded him and said that he was trying to poison the bench. So they tried to drag him down the street to the essentially sheriff's office. And as they were doing it, they were kicking and punching him. By the time they got to the office, they had beat him to death. And they were like, ha, that'll show him. There was one pharmacist in the town who had several chemicals that the people of the town could not immediately identify. I'm sure that means it like wasn't a plant in a jar or something. To which the pharmacist was tortured and stabbed on the rack until he confessed to being in league with the devil and several other co-conspirators. So the torturers then rounded up the co-conspirators and tortured them until they admitted that they also worked for the devil and have more co-conspirators, and this kept spiraling until dozens of people were tortured to death for being a part of the devil's plague. I wonder if, like, during this time, that governor who got the letter from the king about the 4 Frenchmen wrote back to the king and was like, hey, remember those 4 Frenchmen you warned me about? Don't worry, we found all 67 of them. This hysteria lasted for several months and got to such a point that several people came forward and confessed to being part of the conspiracy to spread the plague, to which they were promptly executed. And then after that, more people, knowing exactly what would happen to them, did the exact same thing because the, confusion was so massive, people legitimately convinced themselves that they were a part of it. I'm sure there's something to be said here about fear turning you into the thing you were afraid of, and self-fulfilling prophecy, but the video's almost over, so I'm just moving on. And then in one of the wildest cases, at least in my opinion, of mass hysteria is the Lille boarding school. In Lille, France in 1639, there was an all-women Catholic boarding school made to essentially train nuns. The headmaster of the boarding school was not in the best of mind, and one day after walking into a classroom of girls, said that she could see little black devils spinning around all their heads and warned them that the devils are trying to get a hold of them. This continued over the course of several months until eventually every single girl in the school thought about demons and devils, and every class conversation exclusively had to do with concepts like witchcraft, possession, and the like. This began to turn students against each other until everyone was paranoid and convinced that the student next to them was participating in witchcraft. This culminated when one girl tried to run away from the school before she was caught and brought back. Whenever she was brought back and questioned, she said that she had not run away. Instead, the devil had flown in through the window, given her a broomstick for which to fly away with, because she had actually been the witch this entire time, and everything that was happening at the school was her doing. As soon as she said this, another girl came forward and said, no, I'm the witch, and I'm the one who the devil actually wants, before another student did the same, and this continued to snowball until 50 different girls all claimed to be witches in league with the devil himself. They continuously tried to one-up each other in feats of will. While the first girl said that she flew on a broomstick with the devil, another girl said that she had been casting spells and leaving hexes on all the girls in the school, and another girl said that she had a hand in the plague itself. The headmaster, who remember started this whole shebang and was absolutely terrified of witchcrafts and devil, called the Vatican itself, who sent people in to investigate. The members of the church who walk into a boarding house full of women all talking about how they're trying to kill God and cast spells on each other were mortified, to which they came to the conclusion that the best thing to do was to burn all 50 of the girls in order to make an example out of them. Whenever they asked for approval on this from other members of the church, the other priests were like, maybe don't do that just yet. The specific wording is that they urge the men to further investigate and reconsider before, you burn 50 girls at a stake. And then after not being afraid and actually asking questions, they figured out that all of the girls were very misinformed when it came to the supernatural and didn't really understand proper concepts of exorcism or possession or what have you, and they eventually traced all the lines back to the headmaster of the school. So whenever they figure out that she's actually responsible for everything that's going on, they said, whatever. Legit, they just left. After figuring out that all this had been caused by the headmaster essentially indoctrinating these girls, they just left. I don't even think they took away her position as headmaster. They're just like, oh, you. But the reason this has always been my favorite case of mass hysteria is because you have this group of girls who originally started because they wanted to find God in their life or some higher purpose or what have you, but at the advice of one person who continuously berated them, saying that the devil's going to get them and the devil's out there, it caused them to develop such a sense of paranoia that they didn't know how to exist outside of that paranoia. And then they switched from virtues and morals into evil and being dastardly and the worst they could imagine. It's an entire flip of the human psyche at the suggestion of one person. In actuality, now that I think about it, this is one of the original cults as we think of them today. And it's also hilarious that the guys who show up's like, we have to burn all of the women here. And then someone else said, maybe don't do that. And they're like, oh, all right. I guess we'll just leave. And it's so interesting to me because it's one kind of mass hysteria with group thought under one guide alongside another mass hysteria of community thought and fear in the face of the unknown. And they seem to be two sides of the same coin, with that coin kind of being representative of how spiritualism was viewed at the time. And stories like that are always so interesting to me, not only because of how they apply to history as a whole, but just as these little pockets of information for how people can work whenever in this certain scenario. And I don't know, I've just always thought it's kind of neat. and hopefully you thought it's kind of neat, and hopefully you enjoyed the video, and I just want to say thank you for watching. This is the first video that I've started full production of, over 1 million subscribers, and that is so weird to think about. I think I'm at like 1.03 now. Like, since the MLK video came out, it's been another 30,000 people. That's absurd. You guys are so kind to me. You're way too good to me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this. I really do appreciate it. The MLK video is doing fantastic, which I'm really happy to see. That is the most satisfied I've been with a video in a while. Like, after I sat down and like rewatched the whole thing after I was done editing it, I was very happy with how it turned out. You all seem to enjoy it, which I really appreciate. Thank you. And I think right now, like at the time I'm talking, it has about 500,000 views, which is really if you have told me like a year ago that talking about conspiracy theories could get 500,000 views, I would have thought you were crazy. But I'm so honored. Like, if you tell me that right now, I still think you're crazy because I can't believe it. But I'm so honored, and thank you all for watching that. I hope you enjoy it. But yeah, I really loved that video. I'm happy that it's doing well, so thank you guys for that. Hopefully you enjoyed this one. I always love topics like mass hysteria, just weird things in history. I think I mentioned I would cover this on my conspiracy theory tier list. So here that is. I will be doing more of the videos that I mentioned I'll do. I'll actually like keep promises on that stuff. I'm trying to think what else for now. There's some news coming up for the patrons soon. I'll be making a video on that. You may actually see that before this. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but it'll be around the same time. I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, at the beginning of the video, that ad for SCP Heretic, get in on that. I am so excited to see where this goes, where this project goes. The best advertisement for Heretic is the other movies that they've done. And I absolutely love them. I think this is going to be great. I'm so excited for it. He's already announced some of the actors that are going to be in it, and they're fantastic talent. And I'm pumped. So hopefully you are too. Hopefully you enjoy that. Again, link in the description. Check them out. They definitely deserve it. They're good people too. They're cool guys. I'm trying to think what else. I think that should do it. So thank you to all of my subscribers. Thank you to my patrons here. Thank you to my top tier patrons, as you see, supporting the boy, allowing me to get to this point. It's more than I could ever imagine or think, and you guys are fantastic. So thank you for this continued support, allowing me to be here. It means the most. Again, thank you to my subscribers. Thank you to everyone for watching. You guys are great. I'm trying to think announcement-wise. Oh, I was on the PKA podcast, the Painkiller Already podcast, which I guess some of you have seen, considering it's pretty popular. And I had a great time doing that. I was also on the Half Baked podcast. At the time I'm recording, that's not out yet, but it should be out fairly soon. It's cool getting to talk to all these creators I've admired for years and love their stuff, and I get to talk to them kind of as an equal in a way, and that's really wild. And it's thanks to you guys for putting me in that position, so thank you very much. But I believe that should do it for now. New videos coming up on the way, so stay tuned for that. There will be the supercut of the Conspiracy Iceberg soon, as well as the 1 million thank you whenever my gold plaque comes in to set next to that one. But I believe that should do it for now. So, as always, I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!